Welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 28th. You are attending a work session of the Board of County Commissioners, and our first discussion item is citizen board discussion. You've all looked at the memo and just introduce yourself as you present it to the board.
Susan Murphy from the County Manager's Office.
And Charlotte Anderson from the County Manager's Office.
Okay.
And this is just really a follow-up from our April 19th work session. Just kind of outlining what we've done since then to streamline our citizen board application process. We ramped up our advertising. We did an audit of all the boards and found some terms weren't in compliance with the home rule charter, so we're making those changes. We found that some of the citizen boards had not had their bylaws approved by the Board of County Commissioners, so we're bringing those to you for 2 readings in July. We've got almost all of them. We've got a couple that we haven't received yet from the staff liaisons. We had the staff liaisons coming to the interviews, which is helpful for the board because if they have any questions, then the staff liaison can answer them right away. We've drafted the reapplication form, which you've seen, and we did get this copy of the survey that the City and County of Broomfield did, which was very interesting because there is really no one way that they do it. They're all over the board. Some boards don't even interview the applicants. Some have somebody else interview them. It's just interesting to see that there's so many different ways to recruit and appoint board members. So we would like direction from you today on if you'd like the people who are reapplying for boards to fill out the new application form. They already have filled out one application form, but I understand you may want them to fill out the new one to get some more feedback. And we want to know if you want to interview these 16 people who are reapplying.
Okay.
And also I think Rod had some questions on which we could also discuss about how much we've been advertising, what kind of other outreach we've been doing.
Well, let's have that information first.
Okay. And Pat's here too if you have any questions. We have been advertising in the Monday daily news that comes out and that ad contains a whole bunch of other information. So in January, February, we advertised every week. In March, we advertised 3 times, April twice, and May 3 times. In June, there was a lot of mud and flood and other information going on, so we didn't advertise for the citizen boards because we were kind of in the process of doing the interviews anyway. We also, Warren Park Leadership. Yeah, we did that. We have, how does that work, Charlotte?
Well, we posted all of our openings on Roaring Fork Leadership Bulletin Board, and that is free for the rest of 2011. Thereafter, it will be $50 a year. So that's a really good, gets a lot of look in there.
Is that their new Leadership Connect?
Yes.
Volunteer opportunity.
Yeah, the volunteer opportunity. It was one of their projects actually last year when I was in Fork Leadership. And it's kind of continued on. I don't think it's gotten tremendous legs yet, but it has potential.
Right. I don't think we've gotten any responses on that yet.
Not any responses from that yet.
We also have it right on the front of the homepage, Citizen Boards. You go to askmepickin.com.
And this handout we just received of current vacancies, are any of those positions where current seat holders are going to be reapplying?
No.
No. Okay. As we can see, if we didn't add weekly, it starts to be very expensive, $12,000 a year.
Well, that's for the entire ad, for everything else.
Oh, okay, so it's just a portion
You're
of that.
1/10 of that, about 1/10 or 1/12 of that.
Okay, well then, that's a
You
lot.
want to know how much that comes to? I did the math.
Yeah.
$25 an ad if you do it every week, $52 per blurb if you do it as many times as we researched that we did.
Okay.
See, that ad is filled with other things that Pat gets, like RFPs, special events, notices of Healthy Rivers and Streams meetings, open space meetings.
Our agendas.
Yeah.
Everything. Okay.
Yeah.
The Drosty event today was
Right.
probably there yesterday.
Yeah, and they did extra advertising out of their own budget
Yeah.
for that, more display ads. So. Any further on that? for Rob?
Yeah, I have some questions. I really liked looking at some of the best practices of the other counties through this other survey. I actually started making a list of counties that are like Pickton County. Obviously, everybody does things different. One thing that I noticed on the Boulders application website was they had a question on their application that said, how did you hear of the application? And I think in terms, that would be a good thing to have on our website for when people apply, whether it was a recommendation from a friend, whether it was a newspaper. Here they have county website, newspaper, current board member, brochure, flyer. I would also add recommendation and from whom, so we know who's getting people to sign up for citizen boards. I think that would be a good thing to get some feedback on. In the memo today, the first bullet point kind of lists off some of the outreach areas, and there's the one thing that kind of stuck out to me is that you've got et cetera. I think we should have kind of a formal list every time there's an opening or something, a new opening, that these are the 10 outlets, and we add or take away depending on what we think is effective or not. And include things like Pat putting it on Facebook. Some of them may work, some of them won't. But instead of just saying, well, we're going to put it out there everywhere, let's have a formal list of where we put it out to, so that we make sure that we do the checklist every time, or once a month, or whenever, because there's always going to be some sort of vacancies. But that way, we're formalizing how we act in our outreach. Those are my comments, and I'd just like to say, I think since January or February, when we started addressing some of the questions on outreach to our citizen boards, getting citizens boards, the whole process, I got to commend staff. I mean, we've just done a fabulous job, overseeing everything that has been done, what needed to be updated. Now we've got bylaws that are going to come before us that have never been before us before for some reason. So really thorough and great work. So thank you very much for all the extra time you put to this.
Well, there were a lot of
They're
people
really
involved.
important.
We had John and Phyllis in the attorney's office, and I'm probably forgetting somebody, but there were a lot of people working on it.
I appreciate that. And your comments, I think, are dittoed here and by the board, so very much so. Other board comments on the outreach portion? Question?
Pat, are we also doing something on our CGTV as well?
Not at the moment. We have in the past, and it is, there are many, many, many things that can be done in terms of outreach, depending on, how big you want to go. But one of the things we could do is a little program on volunteering for government. And I did something like that a few years back. I just sat on a park bench with Alice Davis, and at the time Mick Ireland. It was before he was, can't remember where he was. Was he working for us or working for the city at the time? But talking to volunteers in the community about why they do it and what kind of reward they get from it. Mm-hmm. And that's always an effective way to raise awareness about it. There are a lot of ways to raise awareness if you, as Rob was saying, come up with a more formalized campaign or idea of how you're going to go about it. The thing that I worry about with citizen board ads, when I looked at how many times we'd run it in the weekly blurb, which I consider, we do pay for that ad, but the blurbs, we fit so many in that it's a really inexpensive and cost-effective way to get the word out about something. But what I worry about with things like putting this ad or others in too often is that it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf, wolf, wolf. And then the wolf comes and nobody runs. You have to find a way to do it so that it captures people's attention, and maybe that would be doing it in maybe semi-annually or quarterly, or start kind of raising awareness and then pull it back down a little bit, raise it up and then pull it back down to keep it interesting. Otherwise, people glaze over like the fable. So I've got a lot of ideas, and we can certainly use our CGTV, and and other resources that we have. And if it is indeed your recommendation that we raise awareness more, we can do that.
I just think this is a small county in retrospect, 17,000 citizens or so. And I think we should use as many means as we have available to us that are cost effective without having to spend a lot of money to get the word out. And I think some of your ideas are good. So I would pursue those ideas and look at new creative ways that do not cost us any money or any additional dollars.
I agree with that. General, Jack, you have comments, and then I'll make some comments.
No, on that item.
Okay. On the ad, I think part of it might be changing it up a little so that it's not so much the county has current openings in these boards, as much as maybe interested in county land use planning and growth and subdivisions, consider applying for the P&Z board. I mean, so maybe we make it a different sounding ad within that ad as opposed to current vacancies, and you guys could work on that. It's just one thought. Interested in long-term protection of Pickens County's watershed, or whatever the board may be. So I think there's that, and I think that Rob is right in terms of listing, because we'll try some systems, and if they don't pan out, if they don't seem to be worth the extra time, then we can drop them, but we kind of keep track of which new approaches and which systems we're using over time. I think that your et cetera probably included getting word out to caucuses about this, the various caucuses working with Cindy Hubin, but I think that would be a good approach, because we particularly struggle to sometimes get out of the metro area applicants. And so it has struck me that it may be worth seeing what sort of networking we could do with Snowmass Village or Basalt, so that if it said these are Pickens County residents, obviously in Basalt you wouldn't be wanting to solicit the Eagle County portion, but they have their own bulletin boards, they have their own websites, so maybe links there. And then, this is obviously to the rest of the board, but I thought it might be worth looking at some of the other associations that aren't just business associations, because we think of those as the formal networking of ACRA or the Young Professionals Association. Rotary tends to be a little business oriented, so whether the Aspen Cycling Club has an email delivery system that they would consider. That might be something some of them would be interested in, or wilderness workshop structure. Just if there's other groups that really, with the flick of a button, and are interested, they might not be interested in all the issues, but they might be interested in P&Z at wilderness workshop, or they might be interested if the Open Space and Trails Board has an opening. So, it could be tailored a little bit. So I just was trying to think of what other groups really reach long and hard, and perhaps even more into the younger segments of our community. So I'm not saying anything has to be done that way, but just, again, try to look at some of these systems, see if they seem to work, and then go from there. So I'll leave it at that. Now, the questions you have for us, and we have about 15 minutes left before the next item. We have a lot of people filing in the room early for that, so I appreciate everyone being here. Do we want members who are reapplying to fill out the new reapplication forms? My sense is the ones who have reapplied already and filled out our old reapplication form, I don't think we should have, and that's the list that we have in our pamphlet. I don't know that we need to ask them to refill in the new form. They did fill in the old reapplication form before we had reviewed it. These are important boards, but they're not P&Z, they're not Open Space and Trails, they're not Healthy Rivers and Stream boards, and boards that kind of oversee money. And I don't want it to seem too cumbersome to those people reapplying. That's just my thought on it. There were a lot of similar questions from the old form to what is now the new revised form. What are other board members' thoughts on this list that has already filled in one reapplication form? Jack?
Yeah, I would agree with that, just for the sake of courtesy or efficiency or whatever, but in the future,
It will be the new
different.
form. Yeah.
I guess we'll go through these couple questions, and then I want to raise an issue raised for me by reading the survey.
Okay, thank you for letting us heads up on that. Your sentiments?
I'm good with that, Rachel. I think that's fine.
Okay, so that's the first question. We use the new form from here on out, and these individuals do not need to fill in a new form, and we will see their responses, those who've reapplied, in a future packet, just I guess under MOI or something.
We can do that.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to get the feedback that they did give on the forms. The other item is, do we want to interview members who are reapplying on this list? And my sense, again, is I'd like to just reappoint off of this list. That was part of why we didn't do a bunch of interviews. We just did the form. Is that consensus to just, so we can prepare a resolution to reappoint on this board? Now, the last question, which I think is a little bit woven in here, but in the future, when we're not under such time constraints and so many coming up at once, do we want to actually re-interview as well as the form? And my sense was, given some of our previous dialogues, that perhaps boards that make decisions such as planning and zoning, the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, which helps oversee funds, and the Open Space and Trails Board, which again oversees a major fund, would be the boards that we would like to re-interview current board members when they are reapplying to have their terms extended. Does that seem to be the direction? And then we can talk about any other boards people would like to add to that list.
Yeah, I don't remember that conversation, but I thought that I think it's hard to start to differentiate between what boards are more important than others. I understand that some oversee some dollars, but they're all still advisory boards regardless.
And so it may be difficult to say, well, which is more important to interview. I thought when we were discussing the idea of coming up with a reapplication form for those who want to reapply, that we were going to be able to get some additional information on what they've accomplished, what they see their future goals are,
And that was going to take into account not having to re-interview. That's how I recall it. So I understand what your point, Rachel, but I think it may be, I don't know, which boards should we be interviewing and which aren't, which are more important than others. I think they're all equally important, even though some have some fiduciary responsibilities. They're still all advisory to the BOCC.
And I don't think I may have used the term more important, but I didn't mean to. I was really thinking a lot about the individual workloads of those boards and how often they meet. P&Z clearly twice a week, if not more, twice a month, if not more, throughout an entire year. Open Space and Trails is the same, whereas Board of Appeals or the Election Commission, Board of Adjustment, sometimes they'll go a whole year without having a meeting. And so it was more the workload and how their workload affects a broader range of the county. But that's just my thought on that. Jack, you want to head your hand up?
Yeah, I would like to retain the ability to ask to interview. I'd like to see when boards reappointments come up ahead of time enough to, okay, so this month we have 5 people, whatever, or 5 individuals, but 3 boards, whatever. I'd like that just to run by us in a simple memo. Yeah, we have these appointments, and then the board could make the call. Though I agree with the fact that all boards, volunteer boards, are important, there's an unequal
Workload?
Status, as it were. Well, workload, how they interact with the community, the whole larger, like P&Z and AACP and all this stuff. And for me, those boards are P&Z, FAB, Open Space and Trails, Healthy Rivers and Streams, and Library. And most of them, 4 of them are dealing with dollars, and so I'm wanting to be connected. Just as if I know the person and we've all interviewed, that might not matter. It certainly wouldn't matter. But it's a new person. I might have a question, whatever. I might have heard something, whatever. So I want to retain the option.
Okay. Rob?
My feeling is I'd like to maybe even more than retain the option, but like you said, those boards that do have large budgetary recommendations to our board, as well as heavier workload and workload that has a greater effect on the policy direction of our county, to have some sort of re-interview process for those boards. And my thought process behind this, although, I'd like to think that all of our citizen board members are doing wonderful jobs, and I believe that they are. We hope for the best, but we have to kind of plan for the worst. And I don't want to make any indication that anybody out there isn't doing a great job, but there are people that aren't going to get reappointed at some point. Whether it's
Maybe.
there may be. You have to kind of plan for a system to allow that to happen, as opposed to once you get appointed the first time, then
It's just refill a form.
It's just refill a form. And I'm not have any intentions of getting anybody off any citizen board, but again, it's hope for the best and plan for the worst.
And so the list that Jack had put forward was Library, Financial Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning, Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, Open Space and Trails Board. Are those the ones that you were seeing? Or did you see additionals that you would add to that?
I'm not sure that I would put the Financial Advisory Board on there, because their input is mainly through reflecting on economic trends moving forward, and that stuff is given to us in their briefings, the way I've seen. So we have a chance of reflecting on their workload, as opposed to P&Z makes recommendations on policy directions.
And there's some things that are actually decided by them that never really come back to us at all. I like the idea of Financial Advisory Board, because I have said this before. I think they seem to be, because of our lack of direction, a little underutilized compared to years past. I remember when there were times when they would take on a specific project for a year and really in-depth review one agency's budget, or in-depth review our practices in one area. And I'd like to see what we can do over time to give them a more, what feels like a more important role for themselves, rather than just helping us look to what the inflation rate for the next 5 years may be, and some of those feedback issues. George, I understand what you're saying. I guess I see it a little differently than Rob, but I see it as a real opportunity for feedback from those board members and a chance to discuss the board that they've had, as much as a criteria review of their performance, as much as a chance for them to feel that they get to communicate to us more than just in a forum, and that's benefit for the public. A lot of those boards do not really get filmed by grassroots TV. They may have some coverage by the press, but in interviewing, discussing their board's role, their board's challenges, and any other questions we may have, I think that is valuable. The other aspect, and Jack, this goes a little bit to yours, but I think if we always re-interview on those 5 boards for reappointment, and then retain the option to re-interview on other boards because we have enough notice going forward that those boards are having some openings, and maybe we feel like, well, we really haven't talked with anyone on the Board of Appeals for a while about, are they getting enough staff support? Are they getting this? Are they getting the information they need? That would be valuable without calling out, say, an individual position or an individual's applicant. And so, to try and round it up, I want to clarify, people who would be reapplying, even if they're re-interviewing, would still fill in the reapplication form. So we would have that as a basis to begin our conversations with them, and then we would be scheduling re-interviews. Is that, I'm just kind of sensing 3 going
No,
in
that's
that
fine,
direction.
yeah, that's fine. I just want to make some comments. I think, again, the whole idea when we came up with that concept of reapplication form was to make it easier on both sides of the table, because again, this is a reapplication, it's not a new application. So the people who are reapplying have sat on these boards, I think they're very well aware of the time commitment that is involved in their duties. It's just a question of reapplication. So that form, in my mind, serves the purpose of the interview. I think that what's more important that we talked about was to have a conversation, perhaps over the course of a year or several years, with each of these boards as an entirety,
Yeah.
to really discuss about goals and wishes and things like that versus one individual who's reapplying. I think that would be more valuable to me, and I think it's an opportunity for the public to really get a sense of what the board is doing as a whole. So those are my thoughts.
You know, I agree with that too, George. And in the course of asking for something similar to that over 4 years, it happens with Healthy Rivers and Stream, Open Space and Trails, and occasionally P&Z.
Yeah.
And library when they have a project. But
FAB.
yeah, and FAB, those are the ones we have regular meetings with, it seems. We've done a little bit with weed advisory, you know, in terms of a weed tour, but never have met with the Redstone Historic Preservation, never met with the Senior Council as a whole. We do meet with the Translator Advisory Board specific to budget and some issues, but Board of Adjustments or animal shelters, we've never met with them as a board. And so to the extent we can start scheduling those periodically, I'd like to do that. The other thing is that, for me, we're kind of feeling our way around. And Rob's new on the board. If we all kind of get to a point after doing this for a year and a half, and, you know, this falls back to saying, you know, we don't really need to do this, you know, when there's a higher comfort level, we can change our policy. It's not like a charter change or something. Jeff? Is that the issue you would want to bring up, or did you have?
Well, it all is involved in this, and you know, I would have liked to have the advantage of knowing what a few like counties, Eagle, Gunnison, San Miguel. But just throwing out the ideas, this survey was great. I really like what Boulder does. They have a recruitment process that begins in January and appointments in March. I think we ought to standardize it, get it done in the winter, and just do it once a year. Not this continual, you know, recycling of ads and this and that. Let's focus when we want it done, and also there'd be some preliminary education of the public. I think we spend, you know, the staff is continually having to do this stuff weekly, monthly, and let's standardize it. Let's, you know, if we had all of a sudden a big gap where there was a board without participation, you know, a quorum, whatever, okay, then we might make an exception to that. But I'd like to look at getting this done in a more efficient way and not having staff have this kind of on their shoulder every week or month.
Yeah, I can see a real value in that, but I think it would take a lot of time to migrate to that system because they have 5-year terms. And so it's only one reapplication for each board in January. You know, so we have to migrate from 2-year terms and 3-year terms and 4-year terms. You know, they say that most of the boards have 5 members with 5-year terms, so one seat is open each year that needs to be filled during the annual.
But I'm not concerned about how they do anything but January to March. I think we don't have to change terms. When terms come up, you just, you know, we're going to advance instead of doing it like we do kind of all year long. We just said, okay, we know that in January we're going to do this, and in December we know where we're at. Or November, whatever it is, start advertising. I don't know exactly how to put it together, but I don't want to change terms. That's too micro.
Susan, you have a comment?
We do try to do that. We start advertising in March, and our goal is to have the terms filled by April 1st. But because of people's schedules when they can come in for interviews or they're on vacation, that's kind of what draws out the process. And also another thing is that people during the year do resign. And so that also makes the process, but our goal is to do exactly that, have everything done by April 1st. It just doesn't always happen.
Well, we'll try to keep that in mind for how we proceed and get your feedback on that going forward. Were there further questions that we needed to answer that you guys had for us? Or did we all feel like we got our comments in and seem to understand the direction going forward? Again, thank you for all your work on that. I think it's been extremely valuable and helpful. And hopefully we're getting a little more organized in that aspect.
Well, I hope John takes my comments to heart and lets in the field subconscious, let the mechanizations work, because I think we do this way better.
And that was one of our goals, was to try and standardize.
Do you guys have a PowerPoint you guys set up? Okay, well, I'm gonna slip over. We're gonna take a just 4-minute break so we have more time for this item. Oh, that's wonderful. I wouldn't believe the magnifying glass. Okay.
We wanted this to packet, but that's okay.
Welcome back. We are having our Tuesday, June 28th, Where Did the Month Go meeting. And we are now going to hear a facilities condition audit presentation.
Great.
Please take it away.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Director of Public Works for the county. I'm here with Les Zumbrunnan from FEA, who did the audit on our facilities, Jody Smith, our facilities manager, Dylan Hoffman, our lame duck energy manager, and Innovate is here, who did the energy performance contracting for the facilities. What we're going to talk about today, I'm going to go over a little bit about the purpose of today and what outcomes we'd like to see out of today's meeting. Jody's going to cover the background, budget implications of this audit, and talk about how we prioritize the projects. Les is going to go over through the audit report itself and get into some of the details of what FEA found about Pickens County facilities and really dive into those recommendations that you've seen on the spreadsheet so I just handed out. But I think the really important part of the meeting is the discussion that we want to have with the board. Because through that discussion and that dialogue with the board, we're going to glean some direction. Because this is not the last time you're going to see these reports. They are going to come back to you in a comprehensive form against the other assets the county is trying to take care of, like roads, information technology, and our vehicles and equipment. So those will come back to you in a comprehensive form in a balanced fashion based on your comments today and your comments in the future when we bring a road plan forward as well, I believe mid-July. So with that, I'll kick it to Jody.
Hi, I'm Jody Smith, the facilities manager, and we did a facilities condition audit about 13 years ago, and from that audit we were able to develop a 10-year plan, and we've implemented and worked over that for the last 10 years. The history of that was that we spent about $500,000 a year on capital improvements. It was also maintenance, equipment, anything that needed to be replaced, repaired, fixed, and including projects. And so we developed this new audit, and Les went through the buildings. He did the courthouse, the plaza, the jail, human services, all the buildings on the Public Works campus, the landfill buildings. The airport and the library were excluded from the condition audit for the simple reason that they're in their own processes of expansions and remodels and that kind of thing, so we didn't feel like it was a good value to do that. They were, however, included in the energy performance contracting, which you've already been presented. So that's going to come up again later, but I just wanted to know why they're different. Again, we spent an average about $500,000 a year over that 10 years in the past. The new report is this report right here. It's quite large. And then the 10-year plan, which you have in front of you. And Les is going to go over that. What I did want to point out to you is that in year one, when we got the original report a couple of weeks ago from FEA, it was just over $2 million in year one, and then the other years were much less. And we went in and looked at that because that was a big number for the first year, and we were able to just focus our energies on life safety, structural issues, where we've got some water penetrating into buildings, that kind of thing, and also compliance issues, ADA and other code violations that we need to come up to speed on. So that was our real focus, and we got that year one down to just over $1 million. And so Les will be talking more about that. In the plan that's before you now, the average is about $575,000 over the 10 years, which makes it $75,000 more than what we've been doing in the past. However, with that said, the first 5 years, the increase is really $328,000 annually, not $75,000. So, and we do live with a 5-year balanced budget, so I wanted just to point that out to you. With that said, I think I'll turn it over to Les and let him tell you what he found.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Les Umbrano. I'm with Facility Engineering Associates. I appreciate the opportunity to present to this board. See if this can work. There we go. The overall purpose of this condition assessment was to help provide you with a 10-year capital planning tool so that you could understand what you had in your facilities, understand their condition, and then to help prioritize those projects for renewal, replacement, and maintenance for the large ticket items. We have a team came in. Jody was saying that the Les did it. Well, Les didn't do all of it. I looked at the fleet maintenance, but we had a team. Again, I'm with Facility Engineering Associates. We were the contract holder. We had a series of 4 professional engineers that came up, looked at civil site, structural, the MEP. We did the majority of the work. We had a subcontractor that's a fire life safety expert, and Veritas Fire Engineering. They did fire life safety and access controls, in other words, door locks, those type of things. We also had an estimator that was familiar with the Western Slope, ARC, Integrated Program Management. They've been involved up here with RAP and some other things, and so because of their familiarity with estimating and the costs up here on the Western Slope, we felt that it was important to have them involved so that we had some realistic numbers. The pricing that's available down in Denver or other parts of the country probably aren't as applicable to this region. And so they were part of the team to make sure that we at least had reasonable budgets for the items that we found. Durgan Electric was also brought in. One of the specific items that was asked for in the RFP was to have infrared photographs taken of the electrical panels and also to have phase load readings. The purpose of that was explained to us is that the county had some problems with some electrical panels in the past, and so to make sure that we didn't have any hot spots or to find out if you had problems, to have these type of diagnostic tests run. We did find some hot spots, and I believe it was either 5 or 7 panels. Some preliminary budget numbers to address those panels are found in the capital report, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The phase load readings was done because to make sure that your electrical systems were balanced, but also to understand what kind of loads that you had on your systems for future repairs and expansions if necessary. You don't have a lot of original drawings, and so to do electrical upgrades and designs, that type of thing, these would have to have been done anyhow. And so this gives information for you to check the loads, but also for in future if you're going to do upgrades, the electrical engineers that are involved have that data. And that's provided in all the original data readings are provided in a CD within the building for the county.
Let me ask just 1 or 2 questions. I need to go backwards to make sure I'm clear on this, and I apologize for that. Will this report be primarily the capital maintenance and repairs needed to keep our existing facilities going? And so it is not any unmet need or any kind of shortfall in facilities?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's just to maintain what we have, repair what we have, upkeep, appropriate maintenance for what we have.
That's correct.
Okay, and then these numbers that we're seeing now do or do not include rolled into that the type of energy performance information we've been looking at before. Would those be add-on numbers? Are they integrated or?
Yes, there are, and I'll actually go through that in a minute.
Okay.
To tell you how the first 4 tables in the executive summary help do that for you, if you will.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted, Jody, you to restate one more time that we're going to be combining this base information that we're getting today with other county capital and replacement needs that are related to fleet, roads, and you had one other topic.
The IT technology.
The IT technology. Okay, thank you for both of those clarifications. Please continue.
No problem. The scope of the work was to perform a survey to understand what was out exactly in the facilities and perform a condition assessment, maintaining a 10-year study period. The facilities included were 14 buildings. They're listed up there. Jody's already gone over them, so I won't go through them again. We did evaluate the civil site systems, in other words, pavements, sidewalks, handrails, those type of things, structural and foundation systems, building envelope, which are roof and facades, building interiors, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire, life safety, and access controls, the elevator systems, and Title III ADA compliance, which is how you get public in and out and to use the facilities. As an overall, the statement of findings is the facilities are generally in good condition for their age and use and occupancy. They've been well maintained, a good proactive approach to the maintenance. The only deferred maintenance that we generally found was limited to the pavement systems, and when we got into a little bit of the background, is pavements weren't included in the last capital reserve study, and so they generally weren't looked at. They are starting to reach their end of their useful lives, and so the pavements are going to be starting to play a larger role in some of the dollars that we talk about. The Title III ADA compliance, the facility access was generally good. There's some, one of the things that you're lacking the most in is signage and directional, and to get people to the appropriate entrances. Once you get them there, generally they can get around the buildings, but there are some issues with some bathrooms as well. Before I get into the overall findings, I want to give you a little background on how we came up with the findings, what they're based on, why we did what we've done, and how we've timed some of the stuff. When we were out in the field looking at, we've identified the different components. We may have identified a roof or a chiller or those type of building systems. We understand how old they are, what their condition is based on observations and reported interviews from the staff. And then we also have an understanding of the service life based on expectancy and published tables. We identified projects based on that type of information. One of the things that was specifically asked for us is not to include energy efficiency or performance. That was handled by the performance contractor, and so that was left out, or we didn't comment on that. As far as we saw a boiler that is 30 years old, yes, it's running fine, but you really ought to consider it due to energy. We understood that was handled by others, so we left that out of it. Timing was based on remaining service life, the condition, and also with the priority to things that are fire life safety projects, things that if you didn't repair them that would result in increasing deficiencies or deterioration of the systems and cost you more later. We did move some projects, as was mentioned earlier, from year one. In some cases that added a little bit of capital cost in year one for capital repairs, i.e. you had a bunch of potholes or things that needed to deal with pavements, such that you could make them serviceable so that it would last for 2 or 3 or 4 more years until you could do the capital renewal process of those. Fire life safety was unique to this because we were asked to judge it in 2 ways. Number one was to understand what the buildings were like and what they were required to meet based on the original design or the original construction. Those are typically the items that are indicated in the report as a recommended repair. There were also, part of the request was actually asked to say, what would it take to upgrade the facilities to meet current fire life safety code? Those are identified in the report and in the capital tables that you have as an upgrade. Those typically are only triggered if you do major repair or renovation to the facility, or major changes to the systems, may be triggered by the fire marshal or the fire authorities to do it, but they're currently not required to be done. Because they're fire life safety projects, they've all been listed in year one, but we do designate between the 2 in each of the tables for each building. And we'll go through that in a little.
And one last clarification, and I'll ask if other board members have clarifications on this, but the energy efficiency performance was excluded from consideration of your evaluation, but was it integrated into the financial recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions on this section?
So that clarification, that $2+ million for the energy upgrades has been integrated into the financials?
Yes, and I'll go through that here shortly.
Thanks, that was a good thought.
Cost estimating for each of the projects that we identified, there were some assumptions that needed to be made because small individual projects cost a whole lot more than if you do projects and lump them together. For this purpose and for condition assessment, we generally replace systems like in kind. One of the examples would be in the courthouse you have old boilers, let's say they're 1 million BTUs, just to throw it out there. If you only needed 700,000 based on new systems, we didn't take that into condition or into consideration. We were replacing like in kind. So if you had a 300-ton chiller, you got a 300-ton chiller back in the costs. The only times we would upgrade or change something out to more energy efficiency is if it was obsolescent. In other words, you had a fire alarm panel that you no longer can get parts for. Those have to be upgraded. You can't replace like in kind, and those are the types of prices. But for the most part, if you had 600 tons of cooling, you got 600 tons of cooling back, whether you needed them or not. Okay? Unless we understood that there was deficiency that you really needed 800 tons. That was brought up and then would be added and identified as such. But we typically weren't trying to understand your systems to go backwards, if you will. Projects of similar types were lumped together. In other words, if you were going to do an interior renovation and we had carpet in the courthouse plaza, jail, it's assumed that you would lump those together in a project. You might still have separate accounting cost codes, but one contractor would generally come in and do it all instead of trying to piece together 500 yards here, 10 yards there, and so forth. That these would be non-emergency type bidding and implementation. In other words, you've got the projects, you know they're coming up, you do the designs, you'd have the bidding done in the wintertime, so when the construction season started, there's time to get them done. The bidders aren't hurrying trying to get the bids out. And then, of course, western slope factors. There is a little bit of that up here. In front of you, you've got a series of Excel spreadsheets. The first four, there are 4 tables in the front. Table 1 is a simple matrix, if you will. It has the 14 buildings that we looked at in it down the left-hand side, and it has the 10 years across the top. This is a summary of the findings that FEA had for immediate needs and for over the term. And so you can identify dollar-wise what we've got. And so in a quick summary for the immediate needs for the facility, just based on what FEA identified, we identified approximately a little over $1 million of immediate needs, and over the 10-year study period, we found about $5.4 million. That assumes a 3% inflation factor. If you play with the inflation factor up or down, that number will change, but 3% has been used over the last year or two as a pretty typical number. And again, that can be adjusted either direction. Table 2, I don't have a slide for it, but Table 2 is basically the summary of the Innovate, the performance contracting recommended projects. They are listed and summarized per building, and you can see the total all the way down. Their table also includes the library and the 2 airport facilities that we didn't look at, but for completeness it's been included here. Again, this is a summary that was provided to us and included for completeness. If you go to the next page, it's Table 3, and there's 2 pages to this table. These are capital dollar amounts or capital projects associated by or provided by Pitkin County that weren't part of our scope. In other words, this may be equipment, lawnmower equipment, capital needs, floor buffers, things that are provided by, that are part of running the facilities that are capital but weren't part of our scope. And so these items were broken out by building or by overall period and provided to us by Pitkin County. And then if we get to...
1 second, George.
We need to back up for a second. On table number 2, on the Energy Innovates costs, at the bottom of the costs, total cost is 2.6, but even if we take out the library, the airport terminal, the airport ops, that's about $500,000 off of that. So you're still around 2 plus change. But then when we go to table 1 for the first year, the total cost is only $1 million to change. And I thought we just clarified that the energy efficiency retrofits were included. So I'm a little confused between these 2 numbers.
That's what I was just getting ready to explain. Table 4 is a combination of Table 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to know what the difference is.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Table 1 was FEA's condition assessment numbers. Table 2 is Innovate. Table 3 is Pitkin County's items that were out of our scope. Table 4 basically summarizes and combines all 3 of those tables together.
But just to follow up, Jody said earlier that you got this down for the first year to about $1 million and change in terms of the projects, which also includes the energy efficiency retrofit.
Just FEA's priorities for year one we got down. So that was just the study that we've asked FEA to do. And we only focused on life safety, structural, and
So you got their recommendations down before
from $2
integrated with
million.
the energy.
Do we have one of those in here? One of these tables? I'm still losing the table.
No, let me back up a little bit. Just so, we submitted a draft report to Jody for review. In that, our original cost table, which would be table 1, had more money in year 1, almost $2 million. Based on conversations, reworking the report, making sure that it made engineering sense, we modified that table to get to where you are today, what's being presented to you today. Okay, so we spread out some of those projects. Instead of being in year 1, we might have had to add a little more capital, initial capital, to repair things like potholes or roof repairs or things to make those systems last 2 or 3 years longer, to allow them to be replaced as a capital item in year 4.
So tell me the difference between table 1 and table 4 along the first year.
Table 1 and Table 4. Table 1 is FEA's condition assessment only. Table 4 is a combination of what FEA found, what Innovate found, and the capital needs identified, if there were any, by Pitkin County for the items that were out of scope.
So George, what you're missing is the original recommendation from FEA that was at $2 million. So that table's not in here.
Right. I understand that.
Then what FEA presented first is their modified table for just the facilities condition audit. We then integrated Innovate's projects, and what we did was laid out table 2 is just Innovate. So table 1's just FEA, table 2 is just Innovate. And then we had some equipment replacement schedules that, since we had those in place, we didn't want to pay the consultants to reconstruct them. So that was, just to give you a full picture on the equipment replacement. That's table 3. The combined table for Innovate, equipment replacement, and FEA is table 4. So unfortunately, the bigger numbers are the combined.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I thought for some reason when you mentioned that, you were referring to table 1, but you weren't.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And then just a kind of further clarification, I'm doing some rough math here, but on table 4, the landfill 2 and the MRF, landfill scales, MRF facility, those are an enterprise fund. So those are not general fund items, as well as the airport terminal and the airport ops are airport enterprise fund items. So if we take those out of this $3,188,000 number, we come down to more like 2,611, $2,611,495 or something. That would be general fund items, potentially, for us to consider.
Correct.
And I don't know if anything else has its own funding source or potential for grants, say with jailhouse security, things like that.
Exactly, and that's part of when we do our 10-year capital plan, looking at revenue opportunities, and then also looking at one of the decisions we'll have to make is, do we go with energy contracting all in one chunk? Or do we want to spread those out with replacement schedules and such? In which case you lose the guarantee that the energy services company is willing to provide, that Innovate would be willing to provide, but you could spread it out more with replacement schedules and spread those costs over time. And so those are all different options that we have in trying to balance this out.
Yeah, and in looking at that, we have to see what potential energy cost savings we would be sacrificing as well, which may help us cash flow these same
Absolutely.
things. So, okay.
One of the clarifications that I do want to do for Table 4 is where FEA and Innovate overlapped. In other words, we both identified items that were similar, or i.e. the boilers in the courthouse. We've noted them in our report, and we flagged them as such in the backup tables, but the costs that were provided were Innovate's. So the costs only show up once in Table 4, and any of the overlapping items used Innovate's numbers.
Okay. You know, you may already have this and I don't know if it's too late to go back and do other work, but it'd be great to highlight those sort of things in yellow that were, or something that we were, within the cells, that these are similar, but again, it might already be in there somehow.
Actually, if you turn just 2 more pages, if you go to the courthouse, second page of the courthouse table, if you notice at the very top line, we have an innervate overlapping mark,
Great.
and we have it highlighted there.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, I just got back in late last night, haven't
Nope.
had a chance to pour over this, so I'd like to.
No, that's fine. Any other questions? I mean, if you looked at the table, right now, we're total, all elements, we're about 3.2 million, and over the period, you're just under 8 million. Okay. The tables that are behind the summary are the individual cost or the capital reserve tables for each individual building. They give you the breakdown of the projects, the year that we anticipated they would occur, and our opinion of cost for those implementations. What I'm going to do now is kind of go through a quick highlight on a building-by-building basis. I'm not going to try and hit all the projects. And so when you look, right now, if I start with the courthouse, right now we show an immediate needs. This is FEA's numbers. We show an immediate need of about $560,000 and over the term of about $1 million. Some of the highlight projects are the fire suppression system, which is required by the fire marshal or the local fire authority to upgrade the courthouse. You do have some water intrusion that's coming in, and you have some boilers. The boilers, again, are overlapping with Innovate, and we both concur that they need to be done in year 1 and, because you have problems with them. There are other immediate need items in the courthouse. I just didn't list them all. If I did that, we'd have a 100-page slideshow, and we don't need that. Over the term, some of the major highlights, restoration of the door and windows. Those are normal maintenance cycle items. Unfortunately, because this is historic, the restoration of door and windows is fairly pricey. It would be more cost-effective simply to replace it, but you can't do that because they are historic. Facade maintenance, this is painting, masonry repairs, those type of things. Those are things that are going to occur on an annual cycle, so every 7 to 10 years, sometimes 12, sometimes 5, depending on the systems. But that's how we've come up with it. Interior renovations are similar. You have interior painting, you have some carpets that have been replaced, some that need to be replaced, and so those all come on cycles, either 7 or 10 years. And then we have the radiant heat distribution system. The radiant fin tubes have some damage, and they will require replacement based on age and condition over the term. Again, I think the courthouse has got 3 pages of items in our primary spreadsheet. These are kind of the highlights of the bigger ticket items. Courthouse Plaza, we have about $147,000 of immediate needs over the term of about $550,000, give or take. The immediate needs, we have some water that's coming in the basement along the back north wall. It's pretty substantial. We need to probably get that taken care of, so we've identified it as an immediate need. Over the term, again, interior renovations. These are normal carpets, paints, interior finishes, door replacements. We do have a roof that will need replacement over the term, and then we have some fire life safety modifications and upgrades that we've identified. Again, when we say upgrades, that's a trigger. If you do major work in the building, it's not necessarily required, and those are still shown.
That would be the same application of law that we would put to any permit application in the private sector.
That's correct.
If you go this far, you have to come to new code. If you stay this far, you don't.
That's correct. For the jail facility, immediate needs of about $66,000, over the term of about $600,000. The immediate needs are more fire life safety items that we did find. Over the term, the sidewalk snow melt system, we basically, for simplicity, we lumped the joint sidewalk that's between the jail and the courthouse and that snow melt system all with the jail. It can be broken up any way you want to, but it was easier just to put it all in one spot. Over the term, interior renovations, this is the kitchen, the variety of different interior finishes, the restrooms, creating an ADA compliant cell for inmates. We do have some air handler units that will be reaching into their useful life during the period, and so same with the chiller system. The data center, of course, is almost brand new. There's not much to be done there. Public Works, the administration building of Public Works, we had about $120,000 immediate needs. about $600,000 over the term. The immediate needs, we do identify a fire suppression system here. Based on our review of the original installation and original building codes and the way the building is currently used, it's our opinion that it should have had a fire suppression system in it to begin with. It doesn't. It is listed there. However, right now the fire marshal has not required it to be installed. So this is a gray area. It's our opinion that it needs to be there, but you have I won't say it's a waiver, but the fire marshal hasn't identified it, and so you may not need it. He may decide to grant you a waiver, but that probably needs to be taken care of or looked at. Roof repairs, you have ongoing leaks out there, and so we require or recommend some of the items be addressed with the roof. Over the term, this is one of the major areas, the public works, the fleet maintenance area, the pavements in that location basically have reached the end of their useful life. So you have pavements of each one of the separate buildings that are out there, but they're all in the same condition, and it's our recommendation that you do them all at the same time. It will save money, save pain and suffering out there from the people that are using it. Some of the other items over the term is waterproofing of the wash bay. Again, that doesn't sound like much for $600,000, but if you go into the report, there are a lot more projects in there. These are just the highlights. Fleet maintenance building, immediate needs of about $20,000. Over the term is about $1 million. The immediate repairs is you've got active water leaks, some of them that can be probably fairly quickly addressed. Some of them you're just going to live with for a while by doing some roof repairs. Over the term, again, major ticket item is the pavement rehabilitation. Roof repairs and or replacement. We've given several options, but it's our opinion that you probably will end up replacing at least part of those roofs. When you do it, you need to include snow fence and ice melt systems, because in our opinion you have some overhead hazards there. Right now we've come up with a recommendation of an alternative to get you by so that employees and public aren't endangered, but we really think that you ought to be looking at that considerably. And then we've been, based on the interviews and the discussions with the people that run the facility, we understand when the power goes out, you have no ability to maintain the emergency vehicles, the ambulances, the snow plows, the police cars. In some cases, if you have a power outage and you need to maintain one of those vehicles and it can't be done, that vehicle is just out of service and it may impact your overall response to the community.
This also includes fueling.
Fueling as well, yes. So one of the recommendations is to upgrade the electrical system out there and provide a standby emergency generator. Right now it's shown as a natural gas connection similar to the one that you have in the jail. And that is actually a fairly large item. The center building is basically more of a storage area. The terms over, or the immediate needs, is there's a back wall panel that appears to have been run into by a piece of equipment that's come off the foundation wall, needs to be stabilized and put back on. There's also some piping, PVC piping attached to a compression system that's not supposed to be PVC. So that's basically the immediate needs. Over the term, a lot of it's pavement. There's some painting and some miscellaneous minor stuff. You'll notice in most of these we don't mention lighting. Most of the lighting systems that we found were hit and miss and minor. That's also, though, an overlapping of what Innovate did, and so we haven't brought those up here because we understood that that was part of what they were doing. The cabin was in fairly good condition, some minor things right up front, about $1,500 worth over the term. Again, is the pavement and some deck, interior finishes, again, over a 10-year period. Health and Human Services, roughly about $40,000 in immediate needs and about $1 million over the term. The immediate needs is some pavement repairs because there's some damage and some trip hazards there. To do those now, that way we were able to push the pavements back a couple of years. EFIS is the facade, if you will. There's some holes in it. We just soon get those fixed. EFIS is a barrier system. If you don't fix them and water gets into them, it deteriorates quite rapidly. So we want to make sure that the damaged areas get repaired. And some miscellaneous fire, life safety, sprinkler heads in the wrong spot, some things that should have been appropriately done that weren't. We also have some fire life safety over the term that I don't have here, but again, those are items that wouldn't have to be done. One of the big ticket items here is the pavement rehab. That pavement parking lot is in very poor condition. Again, we're going to do a little bit of repairs now, to make it last for a couple of years, but you're talking about rehabilitation, the milling and complete overlays. You have roof replacement. Most of those roofs have been replaced, but you have one left to do. And then interior and exterior renovations, painting, repairs, those type of things. Again, scheduled type maintenance. For the senior center, we were only looking at a part of the facility, the interiors that we were told that were maintained by the county. Immediate needs is about $7,500. Over the term was $50. The immediate needs were more fire life safety items versus over the term was typical renovations of interior finishes. Was the primary items. The landfill crew house immediate needs is about $7,000. This was site regrading for the most part. It had the way the site is you got water that's coming in into the facility around the foundation because of the way the site. Let's level it out or slope it away. Over the term is about $36,000, mostly interior type stuff, exterior painting. I apologize, the deck repair, there's no deck out there. That was a leftover from the cabin. I caught that on the drive up this morning, so I apologize for that. This landfill scale house right now, you're doing a bunch of renovation to it already. Some of the immediate needs, based on the renovation that's going on, it's our opinion triggered some of those fire life safety needs that aren't right now included in that renovation. You also didn't, as part of that renovation out there, they didn't replace the flooring. We would expect, while it doesn't need it now, we'd expect over 10 years you would require it. The rest of that's probably painting and some exterior related stuff to the roofing and that type of thing. For the material recovery facility, immediate needs is $55,000. This primarily is a fire alarm upgrade system. Our fire life safety consultants took one look at it and said, while it's not required, we'd sure recommend it because of all the combustible materials that you've got going on in there. If this place goes up, there's no alarm anywhere that tells it it's on fire until you see the smoke and the flames. So the recommendation is to provide an upgrade, provide a new alarm to it. Over the term is about $350,000. This is primarily roadways or pavements, and this includes the roadway that runs from the main county road all the way up to the top. We were told that the landfill owns and maintains that, so that's got some repairs, seal coating, something to maintain it. Proactive maintenance of that road will make it last a whole lot longer than if you wait to fix it, especially with all that truck traffic. And then the hazmat building. This building was originally put on the site. It wasn't intended to be a hazmat building. It's a temporary building. The fire life safety folks figured out how they could upgrade it enough to meet the required code requirements to allow it to be used as a hazmat building. And so that's the $12,000 to $13,000. And then over the term is painting, door repairs, roof replacements, or roof coatings, those type of things to maintain that metal building. And that was a quick overview of a lot of data. I apologize if I'll open it up for questions, but there was a lot of information there that I probably skipped over and you may have questions on.
Okay. John, did you have any comments you wanted to add to this before we go into board discussion? And I'll look for hands.
Yeah, before you go into board discussion, again, this is background information that we'll be using now to construct a 10-year capital plan. And that 10-year capital plan has to be balanced against what we think we can put in terms of revenues and resources. And so, general guidance from the board as far as how you would like to see us rationalizing or prioritizing projects, particularly for facilities, because clearly we are going to need to put some dollars in based on what you've heard today. I think getting those general concepts so that we know, have some guidelines or some boundaries for putting together a 10-year capital plan would be very helpful. I think this may be too much to digest in terms of particular projects today.
Thank you. Ron, I'll see you first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the study. It seems very thorough. The main question that I have in my mind, and I also address this to the board, is how we determine that word need. And I'll clarify that a little bit in terms of, I know you're doing a professional study, you're going around assessing these buildings, looking at roofs, looking at walls, looking at decking, and saying, well, that's probably going to need to be replaced in 2 years. And I'll give you kind of a couple examples of how we make decisions on going forward on how much money we spend. You could have a wall in a room like this that has some scuffs on it, and you can say, well, that needs to be painted. How we determine that need, one person's need may not be another person's need. Now, there are other things in here clearly like fire safety and whether or not we're up to code. Now, there's a different definition of need for those things. Pavement repairs. I mean, one would say there are a lot of roads in our county that need to be repaired, but that's obviously an interpretation of how much money we have and what we want to spend going forward, and whether it's more cost effective to do it today or spend more money on it tomorrow, and those various things. I'll also use an example just so you understand how to answer this question on how aggressive you think your determination of need may be. We just did a capital reserves, the city did a capital reserve study through our AFSHA department on all the employee housing, and our mayor in Aspen made a big argument that his capital reserve was way overstated, because even though the professional study said you should replace the doors 2 years from now or something like that, he said, well, we don't feel that that's a need. So my question is, how aggressive do you think this plan is, in your professional opinion, in terms of need? I mean, can you see that there are different levels of need in terms of the money that we spend?
Yeah, and to answer that, it's all about time value of money.
Yeah.
Like your request of the payment, we originally had said the payments out of the fleet maintenance are nearing the end of their useful life. It's our opinion, based on condition, you ought to deal with them now. When Pitkin County staff took a look at it and said, hey, we're out of budget or out of balance here, can we shift some of it? The answer is yes, you can shift it. You may need to put a little capital money in to make those due for the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then you can rehab the pavements in years 4 or 5. You can continue to do that, and there are certain projects that's very valid to do. The longer you put them off and kind of limp along with them, the more likely those costs will go up versus if you were to rehab them or replace them now. But to your point is there are certain items like the pavements, exterior painting, how good do you want it to look versus what does it need to protect the wood? We tried to be fairly middle of the road. We weren't trying to be super aggressive on it, but we were trying to be reasonable for expected useful life curves. In other words, most exterior painting is in the 7 to 10 year range. You have an historic courthouse. It's very intricate. It will take a lot of money that if you get behind on the maintenance on it, can get very costly because of the historic nature. We may have been a little more aggressive on some of the exterior painting and things to protect the weather on it than we would have been out at the Cinder building. As far as we're concerned, the Cinder building is nothing more than a maintenance facility. If you decide not to paint it or replace some of the fluorescent panels, or sorry, not fluorescent, they're translucent panels that are at the top to provide natural lighting. If they go bad, the only thing it does is the building gets dark. They still form their function, they're just not functioning the way they were intended. And you'll see that those are actually highlighted out in year 9 or 10, because the answer becomes, do you want to replace them or not? You could actually paint them and be done with it. You just might have to provide a couple more lights on the inside.
So let me just try to clarify 2 main things that I heard here. The first one is that your analysis was done with a lot of thought, considering cost now versus cost later.
That's correct.
So that was in terms of how aggressive you are in terms of putting a cost further up on the plan. It was really to save money with the time value of money put into place, that it might be more expensive down the road. And then the other thing that I heard from you is that you're also taking somewhat of a middle ground or middle road in terms of how aggressive you determine some of these needs, meaning that there could be a more aggressive plan and there could be a more conservative plan.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a brief comment on that item before moving to others. In my experience, in some ways, knowing these things have been identified allows you to have a placeholder within the budget So even if it's year 4, and when you get to it and say, these scuffy walls could deal with another couple of years before we paint, you can move that forward in the placeholder. But at least it's been identified and it's there. They will be annual appropriations overall, but at least we've made sure we've budgeted for it in some sense. So I agree with you about later determining, have we hit that point, and is it cost effective because it will combine with the painting with 2 other projects or 2 other buildings, and we can get a better contract. And so it's that balance between front-loading and not having, oh my God, it's an unmanageable number, or back-loading where they'll get to deal with that deferred maintenance when we're out of office, and it did up until now. But I don't think anyone's shooting for trying to make silk purses out of pig's ears in terms of these older buildings as much as just keep them up. And that's been the approach at some level so far, which is why you found things in relatively good condition. And nothing came up as excellent or above normal, but very workable and suitable. Jack, you want to go next?
Yeah, my quick feedback is I'd make this an 11-year plan, cost average it down, because staff has worked so closely with FEA and Innovate. I'd come up with a priority list for this year. We can't do all this obviously at once. A priority list of the health and safety items, a real decision point by staff in about the pavement. If we can combine it with another project, I would do it all now. And they have to tell us, is it spidered, fractured? I'm not going to go out there and look at myself. I mean, you guys did all this work, and it's great work here. But I just prioritize it, and I think that certainly the health and safety stuff drives. I'm also interested in the same prioritization per year 1, but identifying separately Innovate's stuff. So, we have all the health and safety, the pavement, and the Innovate stuff, just so I could get my brain around how we're proceeding on an annual basis. And I think we have to spend some money, because money invested is money saved.
Thank you for that. George?
I pretty much agree with the way you presented this to us, looking at prioritization by life safety, structural, and compliance issues. And then I would also want to make sure that as we identify those projects and prioritize them, that we, which is in here, that we definitely incorporate and integrate Innovate's recommendations as well for the energy retrofits at the same time.
And we can come back around. These don't have to be our final comments if others have other thoughts. I would like to see us try to integrate these as well with which areas may have potential grant opportunities. The historic courthouse, of course, comes to mind, but other times there's jail security grants and this and that, So I want to make sure we try to integrate so that if there's one way you present a project and you're not qualified for grant, another way you present a project, or pull the right components in, maybe you can get a little bang for your buck there. I am in, general thought trend line with Jack in terms of the pavement, because I want to make sure we're not putting money in for a pavement rehab that buys us 2 or 3 more years before we have to redo the whole thing. And so, if there's a real benefit cost-wise to doing, a real need to have to do it that way, so be it. But it feels a little like throwing good money after bad, just to buy a little more time before we really have to do it right. And so it may not be that we can afford all that, but I would like to kind of get that balance for our decision-making there. I think that for me, the safety and ADA requirements are very important. I think that we really need to, they may seem like simpler items, whether it's signage or this or that. It may also seem like something, that's what we can defer, but I feel very strongly about moving forward with items that are Americans with Disability Act compliant, things, as well as, just life safety and security items. I think we really want to have a safe work environment. I think it can benefit with our insurance rates going forward, items like that. So those are important to me. And then the last is certainly a personal thing I had noted, but when I went to jury duty not too long ago, and I was in the courthouse, and you're sitting there quite a while, I had a chance to really look at, it seems like all this really, and I could be wrong, but it looks like some really stunning wood trim from the originals has been painted over and painted these colors that to me kind of looked like they were left over from the last time we painted water towers or something. It's just like, and I have a feeling that the rehabilitation, renovation is not including maybe bringing back some of the finer wood or stripping it. But I would like to know, when it gets to repainting the interior of the courthouse, what would be the difference to really strip and refinish the wood? And maybe we just do 1 or 2 rooms. Maybe it's not the entirety. But I feel like we've really degraded some of the historic character of the building, where sometimes someone thought it'd be easier just to paint over this incredible interior of that courthouse. And again, that may be the type of thing eligible for some state grants or something like that. We'll have to see. So I'd just like to see that investigated. Jack?
Clarification, and I had mentioned that I'd like to see it identified what Innovate's numbers are, in projects, but I had to remind myself and go back, it is all year one because of that lumped, that process. So if that's 2.6 million, but then the combined table is 3.1, but on table 1, it's 1 million, the numbers aren't matching up for me.
Yeah, you're at a difference of 2.5 million versus the 2.6 million, and I think what that is, Jack, and we can go back and identify those, is some projects that overlap between the Innovate projects and between the projects that FEA identified. What that tells me is there's overlap between those projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to put my hand up. I apologize. My guess is that number is the library, the airport terminal that got added right at the last second.
Gotcha.
And I would guess my formula is hit that cabin line and stop.
Yeah.
I apologize. I would bet that's exactly what happened because they weren't part of the original.
And there's $600,000 right there.
Yeah. So, and hopefully the Innovate work is now being, on the library particularly, is now being integrated with the library's consultants for their potential redevelopment over time.
Once they get to, they're not at that point of engineering yet, where we bring that back in.
Okay, and I know not back to us, but I just want to make sure that the library's board and architects and designers have the Innovate report for their facility and are looking for that. And I also didn't, I forgot to mention, I support moving the energy performance items along as well, but in particular we need to, again, see with that potential line item savings of energy costs that will help us find ways to finance the rest of our capital needs going forward.
Some follow-up on that, just a clarification.
Yeah.
John, where are we at as far as having Innovate, Dylan, or Public Works come back and present to us such that we will be making a decision whether we move forward as a package or...
Yeah.
But we put them on hold till we had this work.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. So now that we have this, I think we need to integrate the other components for capital expenditures, and then we make a decision based on just what you said. Yeah, the whole picture. And you can look at what are the return on investment types of timelines, what are the environmental benefits, what's happening with roads, and where can we move dollars to cover these costs, and what are the consequences of doing one option or another.
Yeah, and this will, again, because it's my understanding on things like fleet, it's both vehicle replacement, but also the type of equipment that they will need over time to service those vehicles. It's become more and more complex with the computer programming, the computer testing, and the way the actual cars and vehicles are being built these days. George, did I see your name starting to
No,
go?
that's fine. You covered it.
Yeah, just a question and clarification for me and the audience and the public out there. This plan does not include 2011, which was shown as $61,000, which is far below anything that we've had historically or going forward. Can you explain that number, why we chose not to put money towards capital
This year?
this year?
During the budget process, we were asked to do only what was critical. And so we cut out all of the other projects and actually just eliminated them from our 10-year plan, knowing that we were doing this. So the few things that we're doing are the tripping hazard out in front of the courthouse. Right now, we've got some compromised pipes up on the roof of the jail. So those are the things we're taking care of. The showers in the inmate section need to be replaced. So we're taking care of that. That's our $61,000 this year.
So in actuality, if we had looked at this plan in regards to some of the figures that were calculated in our memo, including this year with an 11-year plan, we're really back to that $500,000 a year number. So we're not, we've saved, potentially.
I cannot recall off the top of my head what we had budgeted for 2011 and yet not expended. So to see if there's any carryover funds, and those projects would then now be integrated and restated in this new plan as they've been more carefully vetted. But that's a good point, Rob, that there may be some carryover money. And it's also my understanding that as we get this new basis for all of our decision-making with fleets, with roads, with future IT needs, and with this, we're going to be having a larger discussion about our capital reserves, contingency fund, and facilities fund, these three different pots that we've been reserving over time to see, what is an appropriate spending level, what is an appropriate allocation, what are appropriate reserves to maintain going forward. But we won't be really embarking on that discussion until we have the full picture. Is that correct, John?
That's correct, and there's actually been, there are new rules coming forth from the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, that also require us to restate our fund balances, and so it's a good time for us to come back and have a discussion, a broad discussion about our fund balance policy and then looking at our budgets going forward. And so I know, I think Connie's in the back there. Connie and John Redmond, Debbie met with the auditors and had a discussion about that. So we're going to be bringing a whole proposal forward for a project on looking at those policies and developing our 10-year capital plan.
Well, I know we're running a little bit into our lunch hour, but there's one last request I was going to make, and that is to put Dylan Hoffman on the spot, since this is his last meeting with us. He worked with Innovate to do the original energy performance work, and now have seen and helped been part of this integration. Do you have any comments or highlights or things that you would like to bring forward to us at this time?
Well, I'd say that this is it's really complementary, the way that this has turned out. I think that this is a great exercise for all of us to go through, because I think that we have a really good understanding now. We'll have an even better understanding when we put IT, when we put roads, when we put fleet in, as to how we are going to strategically invest not only in our facilities but all of our county assets. And so I think that the work that we've done from an energy savings standpoint, we've really gotten deep into the discussions as to what we should do, why we should do it, how are we prioritizing these projects, and have really well vetted that and created a package that really works for us as a county. Now being able to set that next to these other assessments, I think that it's good for the board to have that access, to have that comprehensive study that says, okay, this is what we need to do. Let's prioritize this. Let's spend this money strategically where we need to, and ultimately invest in our facilities in the best way possible. I'm confident that after I leave, that these projects are going to go forward in a great way, and I'm obviously going to keep track what you can do. So I'll still maintain a little bit of.
He's got some of those
personal
remote meters in there, you know.
But yeah, so best of luck moving forward on all of these projects.
Well, thanks for all your work helping to get us to this point as well and participating with the team. And good luck with your future in Yellowstone. Thanks. Appreciate that. Any other final board questions or comments? Okay, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. back. It is Tuesday, June 28th, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and you have tuned into the Board of County Commissioners ongoing work session. The next item on the agenda is the prep for our meeting with the United States Forest Service and our meeting with the BOCC Town Trustees on July 12th. John?
Yeah, and the purpose of this discussion is really just to identify agenda topics that the board may like to talk to either of these entities about. I know there, at least from staff's perspective, are a couple areas for both entities that we'd suggest, but maybe we could open it up for the board first, and I can add those in.
Okay.
Well, just so we don't have duplication.
Go ahead. Okay. I'll go in reverse order if that's okay, starting with BOCC. BOCC has been doing a lot of work on developing a non-profit campus. I think it would be good to have a discussion to understand in more detail what their plans are and to discuss if there are any opportunities, especially in partnership with our Health and Human Services or the nonprofits that we're working with. We've been constantly looking for opportunities to maybe address more services down valley. Our focus has primarily been on Elgibel, but of course with BOCC potentially putting this campus together to better understand their scope and whether there's opportunities for future partnerships would make a lot of sense from staff's perspective, so that both bodies understand what those plans are and what those opportunities might be.
And,
Can I just ask?
yeah, please.
Does that mean in terms of de-restricted housing?
No, the campus, I thought that our understanding is that they're looking at putting together a campus for nonprofit organizations. So Rocky Mountain Institute is one anchor, and then they're looking at kind of a 3rd Street, similar to what they did with the 3rd Street Center in Carbondale, where you have a number of nonprofits and one central area sharing overhead and that sort of thing. And I think we'd like to better understand their plans. When George, you'd introduced me to Bill Kane when I first came on, I think we had talked about the Rocky Mountain Institute. I don't think I grasped at that time that they're talking about a larger campus opportunity. I think that'd be good for us to understand, as that may open up some opportunities for us for partnership in the future.
And is that what, the land next to the Conservancy? Is that, I'm not sure
It's
where the land...
It's the trailer park, the Frying Pan Trailer Park, which the town
on
has
the
just
corner there, yeah.
purchased with another partner, so that whole section's going to be redeveloped.
Yeah, when I spoke with John briefly this morning, one of the topics I was interested in, excuse me, was what's going on with the relocation of the mobile home park. And he mentioned that it kind of fed into this discussion. So I think it's broader than just the nonprofit, but also what is the work going on to potentially relocate those tenants and, you know, their kind of riverfront interest. And I put kind of on the list that, because I know BOCC's always interested in the water issues, particularly related to the water park application, recreational and stream diversion. John Ely is not here this week. He's on vacation, so we make sure he is feeling comfortable with what items to prep and kind of vet them back through him. But it still comes back to the 10825 endangered fish water, which Rudai and Frying Pan are part of that solution. Some of the due diligence filings that he's been tracking to keep up conditional water rights for future diversions. Where is PSOP going? You know, some of those issues. And again, I don't have it with me. I saw it in the airport on my way out on Friday. The Aspen Times had all the public notices for all the water filings in our district. And I saw at least one or two that seemed to be exchanges for Rudai contract water. And so I asked Susan to save a copy of that for John, make sure he's aware of that through the other channels he monitors. But it did bring up the question of would those filings start to push the flow limits beyond what the Frying Pan can handle. So I know that when we had asked for BOCC support of the water tax fund, they were very interested in, how we expend it in a way that helps protect that portion of the watershed. So I see that as a potential topic. To the extent it feels right, and John would like to be the one to kind of cover a lot of that.
How much time, I didn't really follow through, is allotted for BOCC?
Hour and a half, 5 to 6:30 on Tuesday, July 12th.
And then the other opportunity is to possibly, this is one that Rachel brought up also, to talk about joint open space opportunities and see if they have any interest in updates on some of our projects down in that neck of the wood, our investments in the Emma store, for example, and whatnot through open space and trails.
Kind of excuse me, the status of the Emma store is something that probably can be done through a memo, just so their questions are answered of what we've been able to accomplish so far, and maybe what next steps might be for looking for future grants. And then, again, the open space opportunities is really just to the extent that things are ripe or are being discussed, or that they have interest in bringing things forward. I know that Eagle County is starting to expend a little more of their open space funds, and we certainly have some projects ongoing. Jack?
We participated in, participated in the Downey property purchase, and that trail isn't that where the link to the trail to the Crown goes, the front side? Yeah, excuse me, because Crown's further. I wonder, hopefully they have not done anything to enhance that trail. You know of nothing?
Not yet. They're working on moving dirt for the water tower right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the broader topic, and it may be a topic for discussion, or it may be a memo of update from them, and that would be their water tank placement and the participation, what's going on with the Downey property. Because they were also talking about the community gardens there. And
yeah, I had that down. You got an update in terms of community garden. It's the water tank, they're leveling a platform for that now.
Which is, just an update with that whole picture, because that's closely linked with the BLM master plan too. So, we're not going to, an hour and a half, we're not going to have a lot of time, but if we could just get an update what's going on with that property.
And any future opportunities for joint comments or dialogue on it.
And then the last update is if they've heard anything on the shooting range, which is
Lake Christine.
Yeah. So we did commit some grant dollars, but I don't think we've heard yet that they've been awarded the grant.
Sooty?
No.
Shooting
range.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to find out if they've invested that potential whatever it was, $1,000. I've talked to a bunch of
I feel like I
people.
vaguely saw something, but it was a list from DOW. I don't know that I wrote, but it's a good update to get.
That's all I had for basalt.
Yeah, I found out Michael goes there quite often.
Okay.
Shooting range. Don't meet him in a dark corner.
And if time allows, we want to kind of hear any economic update from them, or are they looking at any potential ballot questions in November?
Is there any way we can bring up the topic of what we talked about with our mail ballot and having locations down there for drop boxes? I know that our county will be doing that, but any assistance we can get from the SALT in terms of issuing ballots. I know that's still a question up in the air of where we can have an annex clerk's office down there.
Yeah, well, maybe we could have Janice prepare a memo to offer to them, and if there are issues, I don't know if you can declare it a temporary facility or not for a drop box. Janice did forward us a very nice email from someone who had supported the decision and mentioned how easy mail voting is for her from Redstone because they don't have to drive to a precinct and vote. But again, if you forget to mail it in time, you have to drive a lot further than you would have on shorter notice if you suddenly go, oh my gosh, I forgot to get that one out in time. So
And she could have requested it anyway.
And you always can request mail ballot status. So, but that would be more of a memo of, so that we're just a heads up for the requests, and then certainly anything that BOCC wants to throw on this agenda or merge in with these topics.
Absolutely.
The other thing I had, and it may be sort of a sore topic to discuss, is the town of BOCC trustees are looking at reducing or eliminating their employee housing guidelines mitigation.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can have a meaningful discussion about the impacts that may have
Long term.
long term or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great that you brought that up. To me, that's more significant than anything we put on the list so far.
Yeah, the others are kind of
And not that we'll have a discussion, but maybe if there is a desire to have a discussion, you know, we might further that or something.
Maybe Tom, Ed could put together just some quick numbers and facts that we can bring along in terms of current status of deed-restricted housing that we have down in the county and our guidelines and what we're looking at with the ACP, but the importance of the work that has occurred over the last 10, 12 years in addressing the needs for the community to maintain employees within the community.
It's already low.
Yeah, I think the potential census projections of job growth going forward and some of the work that was just done with the Rural Mountain Philanthropy Days, which you know, certainly shows the decline in demand now and that we're at the bottom of the well, but again, what they're now projecting out the next 20 years for new job demand might be a good background information. And it may just be more of a setup for a future dialogue and discussion about it. That's a great topic, George.
And I kind of listed that as a top priority for this board
Okay.
meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, and then again, to the extent John can talk about the timeliness of some of the other issues, they may rise to the top, but they may also be more informational. Okay, now Forest Service potential topics for discussion for the joint meeting.
I think there may be some interest, Rachel and I talked about, in our protest to the travel management plan. I think maybe we would see if the Forest Service is wanting to engage in any dialogue along those lines. Also an update on the forest health projects that are ongoing. I think we've gotten a good sense of what the scope of those projects are, but getting an update on status at this point.
Status and particularly notice. How are they noticing the public?
Notice.
You know, to be aware. We talk very much about the need on in-out single roads that people really have advanced planning time and things like that.
Okay. And then if there's any update on their disposal properties, particularly around the Algebel facility, the tree farm location.
Yeah. And I was going to bring this up during the future agendas, but just informationally, the Forest Service is having a work. Here, maybe I'm confused. Oh, this Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 at the Aspen Square, they're having a updated meeting. I thought it was next week, but it's this Friday, for the 7th of Maine. And I emailed that I would attend, but certainly any others are welcome to attend as well. And that's, again, their ongoing discussions on the 7th of Maine property.
What are the times on that?
9 a.m. to 11 on the 30th at Aspen Square. Is that what you have?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And now I'm kind of doubting myself. I printed it, forgot to bring it back. No, I know that's the right time, but the city is having its ribbon cutting on the east of Aspen Trail, I think on the same day, at Anderson Park at 11:30. And we could maybe try to reconfirm that if any board members want to attend that as well. It's either the Friday or the first. I'm not sure which.
I think it's tomorrow.
I thought it was tomorrow.
That was tomorrow,
The ribbon cutting is tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
the 29th, okay.
Yes.
I just saw it when I was at home and I printed it, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's tomorrow.
I will not be there then because I'm going to QQ. If anyone else wants to attend, they can, but at least I'm sure Gary Tenenbaum or some people from Open Space and Trails would be, because we've secured some of the easements for that.
Can we go back to some of this Forest Service
Yeah.
discussion points? We talked about this last time they were in terms of trying to get an update or status of who actually owns and is responsible for Maroon Creek Road and special events usage up there. I don't know if they've had time, if we've had time to look into that discussion.
We've actually been working on a draft IGA, and in fact, I pulled that from the agenda on the 5th so we could have a little bit more time and I could be here for the discussion with the board. And so there has been some discussions around that.
The other things I had down here was maybe an update on what's going on. I know we've done scoping remarks on the Alabaster mine as well as the East Divide permitting proposal. And so it'd be good to sort of see if they have any other information on that. And I also had, perhaps just since it's timely, just campground updates, status of if there's any closures or anything that we or the public should know throughout the county.
The other, oh, Jack, go ahead.
You know, I looked, we only have 1 hour.
Yeah.
So I'd like them, the Forest Service, to come in loaded for bear, meaning point. I mean, really, because everything we're asking, and I have another one that's relevant, White River National Forest Oil and Gas Leasing EIS. My notes say draft EIS out in May.
Yeah,
Here's June.
Ellen?
we might ask for an update. It has not been issued. It has not been published yet.
Well, there's an intersection, Jack, because I was really thinking about that too, with these gap leases in the Thompson Divide area that were being scoped. Remember our
But that's
fire?
BLM, isn't it?
BLM does the leasing for the Forest Service.
Oh, yeah.
But they are Forest Service lands for the most part in the Thompson Divide area. And that was the meeting we had at the firehouse when we originally offered our scoping comments and offered a great deal of concern about why are you interested in renewing or re-upping these leases when they were issued originally countervening the roadless rules and are somewhat in dispute. And now those are the areas that we're seeing this attempt to unitize. And so I'm just not sure about the intersection of all those things at once, but why proceed with a unitization while the EIS is not complete? Why proceed with leasing or unitization while these are still in somewhat of a legal dispute as well about their status as gap leases? And I see that as, a prime topic right now too, very timely.
That goes in the same light in terms of East Divide, because East Divide is definitely the Forest Service land, and that's where we provided some
I think it's all forest land, BLM administers the mineral rights,
Oh,
so.
I see, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, to the extent we could get a Forest Service recommendation that is favorable to our position to the BLM related to that topic, both of those topics, I think that would be good. So, if you guys could maybe prepare a little bit of a draft statement of what we would like from them in terms of, again, just not proceeding until we, or taking any more steps that offer a cloak of legitimacy to what are expiring gap leases and expiring leases.
And a comprehensive view about what's going on, because it seems like the gap lease thing is just undermining all the other efforts to get in the door.
And so I'm kind of hearing that's a top priority of items that we have on here. If we have to make
Yeah,
this.
the other things can be almost memos. An update on the Forest Health Project is a memo. We don't need a presentation on it. Ellen has a comment or question.
I will be coming to you soon with some comments on the proposed Colorado, the Colorado roadless rules that are being proposed. And the comments are due July 14th. And so I don't know if you want to talk to the Forest Service about what they're anticipating there or not. It may be premature, but that's something that is coming right up. So.
Would you have your draft comments in time for our meeting with them?
When is the meeting?
12.
You know what, I was anticipate, yes, I was going to have, actually on that, on your Tuesday, that was the meeting I was anticipating having comments for.
It'll probably come towards the end of the agenda, but you'd certainly have the comments in hand.
We have the comments in our MOI section to discuss,
Yes.
and we'd have copies for them, and we could let them know they are not final comments yet, there are draft comments at this time, and see if there's any feedback or, is that reasonable? Jack, you have a funny look in your face.
Well, the state is having obviously a serious discussion whether to not proceed with, and largely from environmental groups, not proceed with the Colorado roadless rule and just let the undetermined Clinton roadless rule, I mean, there's been no legal finish to that. And I mean, has this board ever taken a position on where we're at? There's a practical sense, and then there's an ideal.
I think we were asked by some to protest the Colorado roadless rule, and I don't know that we did. I think we just were kind of letting it proceed. It was tail end of Ritter administration leading into now Hickenlooper administration.
Well, we showed up at that meeting and spoke, early on in support of making sure roadless was really roadless.
Yeah.
I don't know what, until I get into it, I can't tell you specifically what the issues will be and or whether there'll be something that's pertinent for the discussion or not, but it may be something worthwhile.
Okay. We'll try to spend a little more time shaping that, and if we need to discuss it a little more during open discussion next week, we can do that as well, I guess. Although John won't hear. Cindy?
I know we talked about the road issue from Maroon Creek Road, but did you want to bring up special events in general? I mean, I think the Forest Service is feeling a little of the pressure as well on some of the special event issues around the community.
We brought that up at the last meeting, and I'm just trying to think if we only have 1 hour.
They may not want to get into it.
We may need to
Let them bring it up if they need to.
either that or structure a formal discussion about it and start having the two staffs from the two agencies prepare for a formal discussion about some singular topic as opposed to our quarterly updates.
Yeah, I thought the result of our last meeting, we said we would discuss that and move forward with, some cooperative understanding of where we were at, because we had a different opinion than the Forest Service. Forest Service seems okay with just closing roads, etc. And we're supportive sometimes, and maybe most of the time not, and I'm speaking for myself, but I thought this topic should already have been gotten some attention.
I just don't know how quickly it fit into their work schedule. Honestly, Jack, we did bring it up, but it was only at our last meeting 3 months ago, and so I just don't know.
Well, I understand, but when they respond to us, that means something, and maybe we should just check in what that means.
Have they responded to us, though, about it formally?
Well, at the meeting they did.
Yeah.
I kind of like your idea, Rachel, in terms of getting the staffs together, coordinating staffs and working out something and then bringing forth to us and to the Forest Service. That makes a lot more sense.
What are the issues we share in common? What are the concerns and ways to proceed? And then have a meeting just to that topic specific. Yeah. And I was noticing, but I'm not seeing it right now, within our future agendas is was it the Maroon Creek Road Management Plan.
That's I think along the lines of
What George had asked.
George was asking about the IGA.
On the 5th,
But we're moving.
on July 5th.
July 5th.
Yeah, but that's one that actually, when we get to future agendas, we're moving out, so I can be here for that discussion.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Well, that seems to be a lot of strong topics. I will apologize. Bill Kite called me right before I left town to say he just wants to touch base on a few things. I haven't had a chance to return that call yet. So he said nothing urgent, nothing pressing, just trying to keep this community relations up. So I don't know if there's anything new from that, or if it was pressing, we probably would talk to Ellen and Cindy. So I'll see what that is. I just got the call Thursday night, and I was flying out that day. Okay. Next, John, you have anything else for John? Anybody else who have later thoughts? We can continue to refine those agendas. Memos of interest.
Our first memo of interest is a letter with comments on the revised Walcott PUD.
Our only MOI in here.
Oh, it is the only MOI. You're right. It's just several pages long.
I figured since it was the only. Yeah, this is, the board commented in January of 2011 on the Walcott PUD sketch plan. This is a plan that's going through Eagle County's review process. And it's a fairly large-scale proposed development, new community that is located, I don't know if everybody recalls, but generally located in the vicinity of the I-70 Walcott interchange. And by large scale, in January, we were talking about roughly 1,900 residential units and a significant amount of commercial square footage in the range of 214,000 square feet. And we, the board, submitted comments at that time recommending denial of the proposal, principally because it was really a new community outside of an existing urban developed area, and lots of issues around traffic, wildlife, water, and housing, some of the issues that you'd expect. What happened since is that based on comments received from Eagle County staff and other referral agencies, the application was significantly revised and resubmitted, and is once again before you for referral comments. It is tentatively scheduled to go to the Eagle County Planning and Zoning Commission, what did I say here, in August 17th, 2011. So because the project has been scaled back significantly, but is still quite large. It's gone from 1,900 residential units to about 690, from 214,000 acres of commercial square feet of commercial use to about 175,000 square feet. And the public institutional square footage has gone down from 172,000 to 35,000, and it's been reduced from 3 parcels to 2 parcels. So again, significantly reduced in terms of scale and size, but still quite large. And so the comments that you submitted back in January haven't changed significantly. As I said, they still relate to, they still recommend, at least in the draft, I've suggested that you continue to recommend that due to the size and scale of the project outside of an urban area, that the proposal be denied. And still, with some of the concerns relating to wildlife habitat implications have been diminished, because one of the parcels that was most significant in terms of its impact on wildlife has been eliminated from the proposal altogether, and a BLM exchange that was proposed that really would have had, Division of Wildlife thought would have a significant impact on wildlife, has also dropped out from the application. I will go through all of the implications with you if you'd like, or I can just respond to questions.
Okay, well,
What's your pleasure?
let's see what comments the board have. We have looked at the letter.
Okay.
George, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. This is sort of a typical developer's ploy. You start with a world and see whether we can come down to something that may be acceptable to staff and to the commissioners. But I would still reemphasize, as you did, Ellen, putting this outside the UGB would, down the road, open up further pressures to start doing infill. And then pretty soon you've got the whole I-70 corridor, or what's left of it that Eagle County hasn't developed yet, become one strip development. The other thing I noticed that you didn't put in here that I would probably add in terms of impacts is even with the proposal of 689 residential units, that's a substantial number of people, and the impacts that would have to schools, which are already stressed beyond their capacity, Health and Human Services, that Eagle County is well aware of the surge and need as they're cooperating with us on many issues, and also the public safety demands that such a new township would require. And we know that regardless of the real estate taxes and taxes that would be generated from this, they would never come close to offsetting all these impacts.
George? I have a couple to throw out there if I'm not preempting anyone else. I think we can beef up the market demand section a little bit. You say we can continue to recommend. I would say continue to strongly recommend the short, long-term economic viability and be demonstrated by the applicant. And then I would add something along the lines that, it has the great potential to negatively impact existing businesses and home resale market. And just, kind of point that out. Under the affordable housing section, I would acknowledge the current economic circumstances. May have made it seem, they're concerned about resales of their existing affordable housing homes, that there's so much free market decline that they're starting to get comparable in price to some of their affordables they have started. So continue to acknowledge the existing climate may seem to de-emphasize affordable housing, but this is about avoiding that boom and bust cycle, and that we're in a crisis, we're not in a crisis, we're in a crisis, we're not in a crisis, and just kind of find some way to emphasize that it's not going away as a long-term problem and issue. As the nation's economy recovers, the second home demand for all of our beautiful communities will be back, and the upward pressure for affordable housing will return. The last item, I'm close to last two items, are this water resource issue. I think you've hit it pretty strongly. And I just want to make sure it's not considered a last but not least type of item. We could reference our code of 100-foot setback from high water mark for development. You can't tell from the sketch plan how close they're showing that to the Eagle River, but it really doesn't look like it leaves much riparian area. And to emphasize that, in kind of best management practices for watershed support, riparian zone support, you see it pull back further. And then this may link into that item I had just talked about, that I'd seen some water filings with exchange, because it was exchanges with the Eagle River to Rudai. So they may be trying to secure their flows from the Eagle River depletion by contract deliveries out of Rudai. And so I am not sure, and Susan has a copy of it, and there was, super fine print, a lot of different things, but some were affecting, I just perked up every time I saw the word Pickens County in the description. But I'd hate to see development over there actually then and have a negative impact on the town of BOCC and its economy because of contract water deliveries from Rudai to be their substitute water for taking water out of priority in the Eagle. And, again, I'm not sure if that's how it meshes in, and maybe you can take that look with John Ely and others. He is out this week, so I'm not sure how soon you have to have this in.
I have a copy of their district that they're allowed to do that within, and I think this is outside of that, but I'll check.
Well, I know that, a new filing with water court, and that's what exchanges are all about. It's, everyone gets, as long as they fulfill their completion somewhere before it hits that Colorado River, and, the state line and the compact. It just struck me as funny because it was a pretty significant amount. I think it was like 3,600 acre feet of water they were asking to do an exchange with water and Rudai for. And so maybe something that was already planned. I'm not sure I fully understood it. Okay.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I agree. I think it was a very well written letter. I would maybe in some places reflect back to the fact that this change in size really doesn't, continue to go back to that comment. This change in size really doesn't solve the problems that we've already addressed. It's still a very large development outside an urban growth boundary. And we're kind of readdressing all of those here, but we're not relating it back to their new application, which is the change in size. It's kind of like, we're not fooled by your slight reduction in mass. It's still a huge development that will have substantial impacts in all these areas.
Yeah.
That was really my main comment. I had a couple things that George mentioned, just the schools and infrastructures.
Yeah, there may be some comparison towns that this is still bigger than the town of X or Y or Z for all practical purposes, and could lead to future annexations, future sprawl, infill, and storage of saying along the Colorado.
The other thing that I just, as a question, in reading this and reading it before, I just don't really understand what the driving force is of these people. Is it for housing for their market in Vail? Is it for, do they want to create a whole other village? Is it development dollars that someone sees that they can make money off the bottom line on this? We talked a little about the highway junction, that there's so much value in that, the interchange there, that they're trying to, utilize that resource that's, really just a route to get to nowhere right now. Well, not to nowhere, but to some nice rural areas, I should say. But I just don't understand what their driving force is, and I'd like that feedback so I knew.
You actually just brought up a really good point, and I think George could probably tag in on this one. When we've seen these allocation processes for the CDOT dollars to the regions, there's been a pretty heavy push now to see almost all the dollars every year allocated to some sort of Eagle County I-70 interchange that is now under capacity or over capacity. And the emphasis has been, well, I-70 is the most important route for all of us, so that's where all the dollars should kind of go in the future. And then, we already know how over allocated or how greatly demand exceeds capacity within CDOT's budget for intersection upgrades, much to the detriment of other communities and state highways within their region. And we'd hate to see this one kind of grow to be that next interchange, like Edwards, like Eagle, that needs to suck up all of our region's money.
Good point.
Yeah, you might, well, you kind of reminded me, but George might be able to explain it better. Okay.
Well, I think you got that.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, I would, good letter, need to just toughen it up a little bit. I think we need to focus a little more, or in addition, on the Wolcott area community plan, because that is a basis for planning and what should be there, or could be there, large lot zoning, etc. And this, well, I think we need to be stronger and say this is not only a lack of compliance, but in direct contradiction to that. I had looked at traffic transit with the 22,000 average daily trips. I wonder if we could articulate something a little stronger about what that means for not only Eagle County, but again, CDOT, and the responsibility of taking care of the interstate and the pavement. I mean, God, we know what patch jobs are all over, including our valley and in our county, and so and try to link a comment about dollars and the state of the economy, the Colorado State government, CDOT's better term, CDOT's budget. Where are the dollars going to come from? I don't know if I wanted to mention, I wrote down airport, but it's really about the road, not the airport, so I'll let that one go. About water, somehow if we can, Rachel's brought up some unknowns, but the reality is a development starting out this size always grows. I mean, when we think of our years here and what was in El Jebel, when there was a gas station and a little pastry shop there, or El Jebel, both of those are examples of what we do not want to see. And maybe we can, I wouldn't want to criticize those two communities per se, but the reliance of this, where is the water really going to come from? And so we need to ask that a little more stronger. It's a very good point you make, but
that we believe it would become an ongoing growth center, that it would, that it would just be a generator of future growth, that, this is one sketch plan allowed to go forward in this format, it's going to lead to future rezoning requests, future density, future development, going forward.
And then in the summary, I put, I just added a couple words, and it's, you have to see how it works, but in conclusion, given the anticipated unacceptable regional impacts, and I would say of a new unincorporated town. It's just, I know it will find traction with some and others it won't, but it's, I think, what we really are concerned about, because that deals with every other issue.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of grow demand for county services rather, it will just grow demand. It doesn't grow us out of our financial problems, it just grows demand for more services.
Well, and George's point about emergency social service, and then you added public safety, that's on the project scale. That's where we ought to try to list as many impacts as we know of, not listed here, whether it's, child care or, any number, just a little more breakdown of that health and human services piece.
It's similar to the affordable housing that, it creates some, because they might say, it's going to have a child care center in it. But it won't be enough of a child care center to take care of its own residents, let alone past need.
Right, okay.
And my understanding, and just very informally at CCI, this is about development dollars, but there was an attempt, at least initially, to create, I guess, a large enough project where the product, the residential product, would be affordable. No such thing. You just can't build infrastructure for that.
Okay.
So we somehow, linking with other comments, it's really never going to be an affordable living area for potential future residents.
Thank you, Ellen, for your patience with us and then the task we've just given you. But again, it was a great draft, and I always say it's much easier to be editors than originators on these things, and you're a very good originator.
This is fabulous.
Okay.
Thank you. And would you like me to just make sure that John gets a copy of the final draft to distribute to you after it's gone out?
I always want to see last drafts.
Well,
Yeah,
it
it's
will
good
need
to
to
have a
be
final draft
signed.
so that we can make sure we didn't.
I'll have to send it for your signature in any case,
Okay.
chair's signature, and then. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your great, thoughtful comments.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay. And thank you, Cindy, for attending. We now go on to future agendas.
So a question, I apologize, out of process, so.
John, you go first for future agenda.
Just a few items for you on future agendas. First, we already talked about July 5th. We'll be removing the Maroon Creek Road draft. Moving that. We may move that to the 12th, but it looks like we're going to run into travel time. It may move to the following week.
Okay.
July 25th. Rachel, you had asked the board if there's interest in doing a tour up at Twin Lakes, and Susan Murphy took the initiative to contact the Lake County Commissioners, and it turns out that on July 25th, two meetings kind of came together that the Lake County Commissioners could meet that day, as well as doing a tour of the Twin Lakes project. And so we're trying to get that scheduled for the 25th. I do not know yet. We're trying to coordinate the two entities to know whether that's going to be late morning or in the afternoon. So we're working on that, so you have that on your radar screen. Also, last week we talked a little bit about the August 24th meeting with the board. That's the day of the Pro Challenge bike race. We had one land use item which we've since moved, and we will plan on canceling the board's meeting that day just because we feel it's going to be difficult for folks to access the building. On a related note, we are still working on our operating plan that day. You all are going to have a briefing July 5th with the Aspen City Council on the plans for the Pro Challenge bike race, and so we're still coordinating with the judicial district and such, so we'll come back to you on the 12th with a definite game plan, but we are looking to keep services open to the greatest degree possible, understanding that there's going to be very limited parking and access, so we'll probably be running skeleton crews at a lot of our locations, and possibly some limited hours depending on the building. So,
Question on that?
Yeah, Jack.
So John, how does that work? It's not a day off, not comp time, how does it work budget-wise?
right. What we've been working on with staff, so for example, with the old courthouse next door, the 9th Judicial District is now in touch with the city. They're trying to figure out their schedule. We are planning on the assessor's and treasurer's office definitely being open to the public through noon. What we've talked about then is if it makes more sense to close the building down because of the mass of the event that's going to be right there. There's plenty of work, so folks will still be in the office. It's just access to the building. We're concerned about bathrooms. We're concerned
Because
about
public traffic
that
is
sort of thing.
real key.
So it'd be working hours, but maybe not public hours.
Exactly. It's more public access, and whether our buildings can, quite frankly, handle the crowds that we might see. The library is going to be staying open. The clerk's office is going to be open. We are talking about locking this side of the building because, again, we don't have the type of bathroom facilities and such to handle the crowds that we're expecting. In some cases, we may have staff telecommuting that day. So for example, finance and HR staff. HR staff will be forwarding their office phones to their cell phones, and will be working from home with the ability for at least one HR member to come into the office if we have an event. Same with finance. Community development, we know that building's going to be closed. The city's closing down their building. And so we're working with our customers now. We won't be doing any inspections east of the roundabout. We are going to be scheduling inspections west of the roundabout. Planning staff for meetings or projects that are time sensitive for that day, we'll be trying to schedule meetings off-site, probably again west of the roundabout, because as I think you'll see on the 5th, parking and access in town is going to be extremely limited. So that's what we're trying to do, so that we don't shut down our service offerings, but they'll be limited, or we'll be trying to work. We have a number of employees that have expressed an interest in using the volunteer hours. This is an event that qualify for our employees using some of their volunteer hours to volunteer for the event, and a number of want to take some time off to watch the race. So we're working on it. We will have services available, but it'll be on a more limited basis.
It would strike me that it's a Wednesday, coordinating with senior services, and the senior lunch is going to be especially important for notice and access.
Yeah, and what our game plan is there is we won't be able to do the transport like we normally do, so we probably will not have senior activities at the senior center that day. We also won't be able to deliver meals that day, but for folks who are homebound, we'll be delivering extra meals on Monday to get them through Friday. So we're developing those plans right now too, to make sure we've got those folks covered.
Okay. Thank you, John. And the notice on that, so they don't try to get that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're doing our best to keep open as best we can. And that's all I had.
Well, I was just going to say, I'll probably mention City Council. It's interesting, everyone thinks that they don't really look at all the consequences and the impacts a special event brings to a town, besides perhaps the marketing value and the dollars. There's a tremendous amount of details that goes into this that a lot of people really don't realize until we start to drill down a little bit in terms of the needs and what the impacts will be to the community at large.
I agree. And I think the other thing that kind of tags along with it, that while everyone was putting their bid in and they were developing the final, set of stages, there was no way for us or any other community to know what day of the week you'd get allocated. I guess you kind of hoped it was going to be the Saturday, or the Friday for that matter, but there was no way to know it was going to be the Wednesday would be the stage that would fit us in the middle. And certainly lessons learned for going forward. Rob?
Yeah, I'll just say I think all special events have consequences to our community, and we do our best to coordinate around them. Knowing some of the consequences now, I still think it's going to be a tremendous net gain to have this sort of event happen within our community. It's not to say that we're not going to, it's not difficult for us to work through it, and some people are going to be without some services, but it also does bring it. Making the decision now, knowing what we know, I think we should still have this bike race here.
Yeah. And I think the last thing on that would be simply that, I think we've expressed earlier on with the city that we would have to assess what impacts there were going to be to the county budget in terms of sheriff and services and that sort of thing. Whatever type of larger, more noticeable public notice ads we're going to need to put in the paper the week before for people to plan ahead. You won't be able to do this. If you want your plat filed, it's going to be difficult. So, our public notice and letting our public know is going to be the crucial part, and that is something that we are just not in a position to absorb if we end up needing to do another $2,000-3,000 worth of ads for public notice. So we need to put those on the tab.
But are you also maybe stating that we ought to use all those other avenues of communication that we talked about.
Oh,
even this
absolutely,
morning.
absolutely, but this has got to be more than, oh, I didn't see it in the county's, schedule of agenda.
No, but, through the organizations, all that network that Pat
Yeah.
involves herself, even including maybe a trailer on grassroots.
Yeah, maybe a trailer on grassroots and whatever, but the public notice element, you find out there's an inconvenience, you avoid it, that's one thing. If you don't find out and you get stuck in the middle of it, that really irritates someone far more about the event. And so I agree with what you're saying, to use as many avenues as we can and focus on that. Okay.
Only other item I have for you is the grand opening of the East Aspen Trails Thursday, June 30th at 11:30 a.m.
See, I thought it was the Thursday. And so it's going to be after that Aspen Square meeting.
It's coming Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. Okay, because you guys were saying you thought it was tomorrow, which was Wednesday.
Oh, I meant Thursday. I thought, yeah.
You thought today was Wednesday.
I knew it to help you.
Okay, there we
Thursday.
go.
Thank
So,
you.
again, if anyone would like to attend that, it will be at the Anderson Park, and that is the little park that's hardly noticeable as a park right next to the Cooper Street Bridge leaving town. And so Anderson Park at 11:30 tomorrow. No, Thursday. There we go. Thanks for clarifying that for us
And
all.
thank you, GR, who is listening on Granicus and forwarded that.
Okay, there we go. And then 11:30. Okay, did you have any other future agenda items?
No.
Okay. Did other board members have future agenda items they needed to make us aware of? Or, as you guys, I think, know, I will not be at the Thursday, July 21st EOTC meeting. I will be in Portland from the NACO. Gone that full week. And I think, Jack, you're aware, but Friday, the 8th of July, is the CCI steering committee meetings in Denver, pretty much all day Friday. They're just part of the summer steering committees. I think maybe some of the initial discussions of the legislative items that are brought forward.
I'm not aware of that at all, and my history is that the next thing after the summer conference is the Mountain District, so.
Yeah.
Kind of new.
I don't know that it's new. I just read it in the debrief from the NACO summer conference. I was reading through, and I thought I had it down.
NACO.
Excuse me, not NACO, but the CCI summer conference debrief had a little blurb in the middle of it about upcoming meetings. I know that the healthcare reform effort, the Real Colorado, which I've been tagging and participating in, is going to be on the 7th from 2 to 4. So I'm planning on being down there anyhow. And then the 8th is steering committees, meetings pretty much all day, different ones throughout the day from 9 to 4.
Yeah, that's just not on my radar. I'll have to go read that and maybe even call them to see what's up.
Yeah, I don't remember in the past you saying, well, I do, CCIs in the winter, and I don't believe in all these summer meetings. They're not necessary for it. And so I'm not so sure it's not something they haven't done traditionally. And I had put on my calendar just because I've been following that Real Colorado thing, and I knew we've been doing them every Friday. And it was like, no, we have to do it on a Thursday because all the committee meetings are on Friday the 8th. So if it's something you're not able to attend, I will be there. We'll have at least something from County there. Just as a heads up. So, okay.
That's all I had on future agendas. I don't know if the board has any items.
George.
One quick thing, I know we talked about this last week, but on July 26th, when we have Noah Corper coming, we were going to try to see whether we can get perhaps Matt Sugar down at the same time.
Yeah, and actually Susan has touched base with Matt Sugar, and it does look like he'll be able to attend.
Oh, that's great.
My understanding.
Okay, super. And we will also slip a little time in one of these prior meetings for a prep for meeting with the senators.
Yes. Yeah.
Good. And you kind of check around with our staff. I think that should be a little staff generated as much as us. Obviously, the Thompson Divide items will be a topic, because that's coming up very heavily. And I did receive your brief email that we had gotten the BRT grant,
Yes. From
and so we'd be preparing thank you letters to go out as a county, as well as RAFTA sending those thank you letters out. Okay.
Do we send one to Scott?
I wouldn't.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't. He
Am I
didn't
Didn't
serious?
support the grant.
he didn't support the grant, I wouldn't send him a thank you. Absolutely not.
I'm not serious either.
Okay.
Oh. But it's good you brought it up, Jack.
All right. Nothing else
We
on
could've
future
handled that
agendas.
much
And guys, we have like
easier.
25 minutes before we're supposed to leave here, so we need to keep moving forward. Open discussion.
Well, how about future agendas?
Okay, I just asked if there's anything more.
No, but you jumped in first, so, you know, I
Okay.
had my hand
Oh,
raised,
okay.
I'm
Future
sorry.
agendas, what else, Jeff?
Okay, July 5th, congestion mitigation air quality update. Is Dylan going to be here? Because I just heard earlier that this was his last meeting.
I thought,
Oh, Dylan will not, we will have to take Dylan off of that. And,
someone else would,
Yeah.
probably Brian, would be presenting on that.
good catch, Jack.
Okay?
And then we have 2 days of healthy community fund poll results. Was that, for example, the first one on July 5th, in order to get the results and then kind of chew on it a little bit, and then the 12th we have a meeting also.
Yeah, and I think what we were thinking there is, to present the results and then have a week to follow up and give staff some direction. Quite frankly, we're going to want to be careful timing-wise as far as how far we go with directing a ballot question and such, because that starts to trigger our ability to talk or not. But I think we're going to be wanting to present the information and come back and have an opportunity to maybe get some direction from the board that after you've had a chance to talk about it a while, maybe hear what folks are saying about the results on the street, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as far as timing, but do we know specifically the triggers that are enacted once, do we have to actually strongly state that we're going to the ballot? Is that the trigger? Or we could clarify exactly what it is?
Let's ask John Ely to give us a clarification before that meeting.
Yeah,
Or to speak to us.
And we can have John come in
And he's out this week.
Yeah.
And John Peacock will also not be here on the 5th. That is the holiday week that you're taking. And I was just going to note that usually that gets
Yes.
put on these
okay.
agendas just as if one of us was missing. So we will be able to hear the results, ask if there's different crosstabs, ask for the fellows' interpretations, things like that, continue to chew on it, and then when John, our manager, is back, have the opportunity to have talked about next steps, again, with the type of advice that you're asking for from our attorney.
Yeah, might as well know that, because I think...
We'll have a chance to even talk about that morning if he feels it's necessary then, otherwise just another briefing.
Okay.
But that's pretty much open discussion type of items in my mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Other,
July 19th, 1:30, Health and Human Services Quarterly Update. Why aren't we doing just a memo like we typically do and then ask a few questions?
This is probably something I should have talked to you about earlier when we added it. The board is required to convene on a regular basis as the Board of Human Services, and that's to take care of certain functions, approving kind of the payroll and expenditures for human services, and that's something that we have not been doing in the past. The manager's been signing off, and part of what we're going to talk about is, as a home rule county, I think we have some flexibility where you can delegate some of that authority to me, but we feel that we'd be better in compliance with the requirement that you meet as a human service, the Board of Social Services is how it's stated in the statute, on at least a quarterly basis to review those reports. And also it gives staff an opportunity to bring you up to speed on what's happening with social services and human services. So there's two purposes, Jack. I think we've always kind of done the health board update, but we haven't really done the social services side, and it allows us to come into better compliance with requirements.
And is that John Ely's opinion?
We could certainly get John Ely's opinion on it. It's pretty clearly stated in statute.
I mean, I'm pleased, and to be part of the Board of Health. I knew about it. I didn't know we were a Board of Human Services.
Yeah.
And that's only after, in my 11th year, are we finding this out?
No, remember there was kind of the legislative changes that happened when Patty was still on the board the past few years. We even had discussions about whether we should have a larger board member that had some citizens at large and how we were different from other counties. We had to reshape.
You mean Board of Health?
Yeah, but it's Board of Health and Human Services. I mean, the statutes.
It's different, actually.
Is that different?
Yeah, and that's I think this is going to be new for you guys, and we're going to kind of explain it in this first meeting. But you are required to meet as a Board of Social Services, separate from the Board of Health.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a meeting that hasn't necessarily been taking place. I think appropriately, you've delegated some of that authority, but we're feeling that both to keep you abreast of what's happening in that world, as there's lots of changes and lots of activity at the state level, we'd start having those meetings.
Okay. If the schedule for this first meeting is not already too full, perhaps have Nan also give us some background for the rest of the board on that whole Real Colorado effort, the mandate reform. She's been participating through with the Human Service Directors Association.
That's definitely on our list.
Jack, did you have other?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Rob, Danny, I didn't want me to skip
No.
over anything for anybody. Okay, and now we have about 15 minutes to go forward with open discussion items.
I just have a few items, if I can jump in really quick. Jack, last week you asked about the Mountain View bus stop. And the update on that is RAFTA is planning on posting that bus stop with a sign that says when it's snowy or slick out, they may not be able to stop, and they'll pick up 500. I think there's a bus stop about 500 feet up from that bus stop. Yeah. But I guess they've had some incidents where buses have fishtailed, gone off the road.
Literally, last winter, a bus was perpendicular to Brush Creek Road right there. So,
yeah.
And I was hoping that was what that was.
Yeah. So that's all there is to that. So they'll be posting that, and during good weather they'll still be picking up. Just wanted to circle back with you on our agenda next week with the City of Aspen. We were not able, under the short time frames, to schedule the airport to get in front of council to do a presentation prior to our joint meeting. So we'll take that as advice for future meetings, but we'll probably have Jim come in and do an abbreviated presentation and then invite discussion between the board on the airport master plan. But the three items that we'll have on the agenda, of course, are the update on the Pro Challenge bike race, the airport master plan update and discussion, and then Healthy Community Fund. We'll be updating them on the poll results, and then also seeking some input about their upcoming funding priorities as we plan for a question in 2011 or 2012. We won't be doing childcare or the library at that meeting. And then last thing I wanted to get some input on, we're working...
Well, one last second.
Sorry.
I'm just thinking, at the joint meeting will be, again, when you're not here.
Correct.
So I would like to make sure we also have other appropriate staff who may dovetail into some of those issues. So the Pro Bike Challenge, if we get a rep from the Sheriff's Office, so that we're not there without staff resources behind us on any of these questions. So it's obviously Nan and perhaps other people beyond Nan for the Healthy Community Fund update, Nan and Mitzi, but is it something that we want Bingham there, or is it something that we want Cindy there? Just so that, again, we normally rely so much on you and taking the notes. So just make sure we have enough backup on these 3 topics.
And we'll definitely have Nan, Jim, and we were talking, actually, it's exchanging emails during the meeting about this rep for the...
Yeah, and then potentially even John Redmond on the Healthy Community Fund, because it's a budgetary ballot issue type of thing.
I have to ask a question. I've heard this a couple times relative to the city's budgeting in conjunction with the Healthy Community Ballot Fund ballot question. We've already asked a survey. We're focused on kind of an amount, a direction. What would the city's feedback be about changing that? You mean we're going to increase the amount?
Well, right now, the city is appropriating funds to support nonprofits, and many of the same nonprofits that may be supported otherwise by the Healthy Community Fund. And I think the city has been having some policy discussions as they look at their future budgets about is that central to their role or not, and will they be continuing that funding at the same level or not in the future. And I think as this board is considering the question for the Healthy Community Fund, if the city had or has definite direction to maybe reduce their funding to those nonprofits, it may change the type of question that we want to put out for the Healthy Community Fund. It'd just be good information for you to have, so you know if you keep it at the same level, if resources are dropping off on the other side.
And it has implications, because if we're asking for a larger mill levy than just a simple renewal, not saying we are or aren't,
Right.
You would certainly want your city council, which is the majority of voters in the county, supporting it. We don't want them to be putting us in a box and saying, well, we don't want to contribute funding anymore, and by the way, we're not going to support it, yes, for more mills because our community can't support that or something, just so, bringing them along with us in this adventure, if that's where it ends up being. I've asked John to see if he could do some research for me, or for us, in terms of information about other cities that do contribute to Health and Human Services. I think maybe some of the smaller ones don't, but some of the larger ones do, that they do assist with those issues with the county, so that we can look at any policy statements in a broader light as to whether it is a traditional role by cities, or is it abnormal for cities, or at what level do cities participate. So we have some information prior to that meeting going in on those sort of statements. And since talking to you this morning, the one other adjunct I was going to ask you for, and that's why I was thinking a little John Redmond, is this explanation of the share back of the county's 2% sales tax. Sometimes I've been in other community discussions, and it's kind of thrown up, well, you already get a big share of our sales tax, and it's like, no, it's collected 2% by the county, but we have that share back that was initiated by the actual ballot language of the 2%, and we could give them a copy of that so that it's not a false impression that we are collecting a lot of sales tax from the city and able to use it to support these things as well. I mean, that to me is the beginning of a broader conversation of both of us understanding our financial situations.
I'm cognizant of what the city's authority is and their history, etc. But having gone and done a survey with certain representations is going to be very uncomfortable to add money to that. But we'll have that discussion. If in fact they back up,
Well, we'll just have to see, because I certainly was on the city and supported the contributions and would continue to, and I felt that issue was supported by a number of city council members, but you always have changing councils, and because it's not a dedicated funding source, it is fairly arbitrary that they choose to do so or not. And so I think that it's a big matter for relationship building. Okay, sorry to
No, no.
too much on that. Huh?
The other item is we're working on the CCI legislative agenda sheets, and the board had identified 4 areas for us to focus on, and that was for CCI to create a study group on the Gallagher Amendment, support to change Tabor to be permissive to allow real estate transfer taxes, changes in state legislation that give more local control over inspection fee schedules, and then looking at
As well as septic systems.
and septic. Thank you. And septic systems. The inspection fees through environmental health, really, and then looking at is there some legislative fix or Band-Aid that may help with the hygiene case and the ability of special districts to, some way walk that line. One of the questions on those sheets is, do we have a rank order, or what is our rank order of priority for these 4 items? And I read them in the order that I had kind of heard you talk about them, in terms of Gallagher being probably top priority, followed by RET, the inspection fee schedule, and then the hygiene case, but we didn't ask that question specifically. So as we're filling out the forms for these placeholders, I just wanted to check in with the board about that prioritization.
Jeff?
Before prioritizing, there were 2 more. Severance tax. I think maybe George, well, no, not George. Somebody brought up severance tax, because I have it here. And I brought up legislation to enable counties to make decisions locally relative to what type of election each county wants to have. There's a move statewide and by the clerks, of course, they always push this, all forever mail ballots. And so that's why I added that one, and that's CCI's position. No problem, as long as your BOCC has the ability to make the decision. So there was actually, I thought
the oil and gas and severance tax.
But, it's great. I would eliminate severance right now, because don't bother talking about it. The state's going to do what it has to do for the budget. It's okay to bring up Gallagher and RET, but we will not find support at CCI for that, because it's so staff intensive with such a giant lobby against, the developers, the real estate people, and ironically, as Governor Hickenlooper told me, Gallagher, that discussion's going nowhere. 80% of the people support it. So, I'm way into changing it. I think it's the single most important thing we can do for our economics of the state. But no, I don't see it being taken on. But no problem bringing it forward. So I'll let others weigh in on prioritizing.
Yeah, and we now have about 6 minutes, because we don't want to miss our celebration of all our great work at Drosty and a lot of public's here. I have to tell you, I wasn't here for this discussion. I appreciate the topics generated. It'll be interesting to see what other counties bring forward as well. There may be some overlap. I think we may get some of the best bang for the buck in terms of our own budget and our own issues, this local control of fee schedules for food, inspection, and septic. And it kind of seems smaller, but in terms of a legislative agenda that can be developed and pushed, I think that I support. I could say number 2. I'm not going to put it above study Gallagher group. I do think Gallagher is a major impingement on small business development and business leases and business private property tax being, out of the realm. And so I would put that one as number 2. I'm very cautious about the RET concept. If it's put on the ballot in 2012, you still have to have a coalition of people and businesses and individuals who donate to raise $6-8 million to pass it. and putting something on the ballot without, knowing that there's campaign support to do it, and it will be heavily fought by the real estate industry, the home builders association, things like that. I see it more myself as being potentially part of a Tabor package. It was passed as part of a Tabor package. It wasn't passed as a standalone, and so. I just don't want us, I don't know they'll go far. Jack might be right. I've died at the table at CCI, and at least we've brought it up for people to begin to discuss as a local control tool for how local communities would hope to fund things going forward. But I just certainly don't want to see it as a standalone. And, sometimes you get a legislature that's willing to say, well, we'll give you what you asked for because we know it's going to go down in flames, and then it's never going to be touched or discussed again. And so I feel like unless we've done the groundwork to make sure it has some sort of legs underneath it, it's just something into the wind.
Yeah, Rhett and Tabor, though they're not the same thing, one is inclusive of the other, and it's such a can of worms in this environment.
And I spoke to John just briefly about hygiene case. In my estimation, it's less about describing the problem with it than describing some potential fixes. That's the one thing that's on that form. What do you see as a fix to this? And as we've heard from John Ely, a big part of it is the court's kind of unwillingness to have over one tax burden shifted to one taxing district to another. We know hygiene cases in particularly the outcome we didn't like, heavily supported, say, by water interests who need to develop water outside of their own county. And so I wondered, was it more about having some potential fixes put in place that, one local taxing district who's building facilities outside of their own boundaries needs to respect local urban growth boundaries, needs to respect the county's 1041 power, to find some sort of side rails to the decision, as opposed to, it's not about overturning the decision or legislation that overturns it, but what are the side rails that we would like to see on that? And I don't know if John can find a way that, maybe, again, we ask for more of a study group working with CML, which heavily supports hygiene, to say, what are the appropriate side rails that we can place on this so that it's a equal relationship between jurisdictions.
Well, we started this conversation 2 sessions ago when we first heard about it, and one of the fixes is that fair market value has, I know the argument about taxpayers, etc., but when we buy something for open space, we pay the value. So it's,
Yeah.
I don't care how we develop it, but we need to further it. And CCI took it up last year.
Yeah. So that seemed to make some sense, and so we've at least narrowed it down to some. Now let's see what everyone else puts on the board.
Okay. We'll have multiple cracks at this, so.
Yeah. And the other one we had tried before, but we didn't get anywhere with, was that the modification to the senior tax deferral to allow seniors to derive some small income from their property. I don't know if the board discussed that at all or wanted to try to bring it back up.
Well, Michael didn't even bring it up, and when I went to CCI, there was just no interest in it.
Yeah, it was hammered before. Okay, Grassroots, we are going to re-adjourn up at Snowmass Village for the celebration of the Dorsey Mountain temporarily named thus park, which will be having a formalized name further in the future. Thank you, John. Thank you, board. Are we all taking the Traverse, or people traveling separately up there? Or
I have my own.
You have your own?
Yeah, I brought mine because I